Okay. The Kingdoms of Terror. We are on to the 6th book, and we're now in a new like chapter of books. So we're like a higher rank. We're Magna Kai. So last book, my money was bugged, so I just decided to hack in 20 gold crowns myself. I don't remember how much I should have had, but 20 seems reasonable. We keep all this crap, most of which is probably useless. Shield is very good though. All right. Let us begin. You are Kai Master Lone Wolf, last of the Kai Lords of Summerland, and the sole survivor of a massacre that destroyed your warrior kinsman during a bitter war with your age-old enemies, the Dark Lords of Helgadad. 3 years have passed since your triumph over the Dark Lord Hakon at the Tomb of the Majan. And for the northern realm of Summerland, these have been 3 years of peace and prosperity. Yeah. Since Hakon's defeat, the power of the Dark Lords has waned. Rumors abound that a civil war rages in Helgadad as the lesser Dark Lords fight for power and dominion over the city. However, it is a widely held belief in Summerland that your discovery of the lost Somlending treasure, the Book of the Magna Kai, is the real reason for their power struggle. The Book of the Magna Kai is legendary in Summerland. With the wisdom of the Magna Kai, Sun Eagle, the first Kai Grandmaster, instilled the disciplines into the warriors of Summerland that were to protect your land from devastation at the hands of the Dark Lords. The Book of the Magna Kai was lost hundreds of years ago, but its wisdom was kept alive, handed down through generations of Kai, so that they too could share the strength to resist their eternal enemies. When you discovered the Book of the Magna Kai, you gave a solemn pledge to restore the Kai to their former glory, and so ensure the security of your land in the years to come. You returned to your homeland, and in the seclusion of your monastery in the hills, set about the study of the Magna Kai disciplines. It was an exacting task, a trial of physical strength and mental fortitude. The seasons came and went, but you were unaware of the passage of time, lost in your quest for the knowledge and skills of your warrior kin. 3 years of determined study passed, revealing secrets of 3 of the Magna Kai disciplines. However, the others cannot be learnt by study alone, and in order to fulfill your pledge to restore the Kai, you must complete the quest first made by Sun Eagle over 1,000 years ago. When he had finally completed his quest, he recorded all his experiences in the Book of the Magna Kai, but the script has faded with the passing years, and now few words remain to guide you. Seek and find the Law Stone of Vareta, for this alone holds the power and the wisdom, are the few words you can still decipher of the Grandmaster's chronicle. Although the verse is brief, you are not without hope, for you recognize the name Vareta. It is one of the oldest cities of Magnamund, lying in the Stornlands beyond the Makengorge, far to the south of Summerland. You realize that you must set out upon the quest without delay, for the war in Helgadad will not last indefinitely, and the Dark Lords swore long ago to conquer your country and destroy your people. As soon as their civil strife is resolved, the victorious Lords of Evil will turn on Summerland and summon the creatures of the Dark Realm to thwart your quest. You must therefore act quickly and with secrecy, for your life and the future of Summerland depend on your success. And so, guided by the words of your ancient mentor, and with the shadow of the Dark Lords ever present, you set out on the quest for the Law Stone of Vareta, unaware of the wonders and the horrors that await you in the Stornlands. Alright, so we keep our combat skill and endurance from before. You have mastered all 10 of the basic warrior skills known as the Kai disciplines. So we now know all 10, essentially. So we've reached the rank of Kai Master Superior. So we've learnt 3 Magna Kai disciplines. The Magna Kai skills are divided into groups, each of which is governed by a separate school of training. These groups are called Law Circles. By mastering all of the Magna Kai disciplines in a particular Law Circle, you can gain an increase in your combat skill and endurance point score. Interesting. So we've got Weapon Mastery. A bow would be interesting. I think we should definitely take this weapon skill. And I'm interested in bow, even though we don't have a bow. But we can pick 3. So let's see. We've already got a jeweled mace. Like, that's a special item. So if you lose your backpack, you don't lose it. So we should just choose mace to match that. Yeah. So we'll pick mace. We'll pick a bow, because that sounds interesting. And then what else? Something that's commonly found? Sword? Just sword is commonly found. Alright, we'll go with sword. Yeah, okay. So there's animal control. Curing. This, I think it goes without saying we take curing. It's so good. Invisibility. Hunt mastery. Nah, not that important. Pathsmanship. Ooh, read foreign languages, decipher symbols, read footprints. This is quite good. Hello, DJ. We are now a Magna Kai. We have upgraded abilities. Psy Surge. Oh. It adds 4 extra points to your combat skill, but you lose 2 endurance points every round. Or you can choose to use Psy Surge. That's still pretty good, and losing 2 endurance per round is alright for a +1 combat, I think. Size screen. So these are mostly the same abilities before, but they're kind of modified a bit. Nexus. Ooh. So this is upgraded telekinesis. It lets you also withstand extreme heat and cold. Divination. Oh. Should probably take divination. Divination. Sixth Sense was so useful before. We'll take Divination. Slice Surge is also one that I would have considered. There was also something here. Law Circles. What does this mean? By mastering all of the Magna Chi disciplines of a Law Circle... Oh. So if you take 3 of that belong to one group, or if you take one entire group, you get this bonus. That's pretty good. We should go for that. So if I took Weapon Mastery and Hunt Mastery, I get that. I don't care about the EP. I'd rather focus on the combat skill. Circle of the Spirit is the best one, but we can't take 4 right now. But we could try to push for it next book, but that means we have to survive this book, and that means we'd have to pick these 3. What's Nexus again? That's the telekinesis one. The thing is... Yeah, but Weapon Mastery itself adds +2 combat skill. So I'm basically, if I were foregoing that, I'm basically losing that 2 bonus in order to get 2 back. So yeah, I think we just go for Circle of Fire. We'll take Weapon Mastery and Hunt Mastery. We can only take 3. Alright. Oh, that's... So if I take Weapon Skill... and Hunt Mastery... then what? I'd have to either remove Curing or Divination. Damn, Divination's so good, but you can't not take Healing. Like, you gotta take Healing. Alright, we'll take off Divination. And choose Hunt Mastery. That should get us an extra combat skill. Circle of Fire +1, Circle of Fire +2. 23. That's good. We get +3 from the weapon. Mind Blast? I don't have Mind... Oh! You keep all the... we now have all the basic 10 disciplines from the Kai ranks. So we've got Mind Blast. Oh, wait a second. That means we also have Curing. Well, we have Healing. So Curing is just whether we want to do extra. So if I didn't have Curing... Well, I mean, this is basically just Healing. I don't know. I don't know how it works. So we've already got Healing. So what's the difference between... So why would I take Curing then? This is just... I guess this is the extra. Cure disease, blindness, and any combat wounds sustained by others as well as himself. I think base healing is fine for now. We take weapons. Hunt Mastery. I guess that's the extra one. And then we can take maybe Divination. So we've got Mind Blast. So Psy Surge is just... We can throw away 2 endurance points to get an extra 2 combat skill on top of the +2 we already have. Oh, wait. Choose this skill right. Psy Surge +4, -2 per round. Now, let me have a look. I'm a bit confused, actually. Alright. I'll proceed assuming that we have base healing, because it did say... Take divination. It did say, you have mastered all 10 of the basic warrior skills known as the Kai disciplines, so I assume we have healing. Alright, so we'll take those 2 for the extra +1, and you get +3 from weapons, that's good. Divination, because it's always useful. Alright, I think we are ready. Also, check this out. This is the map of the entire continent. I think this is fan-made. They basically put it together using the little maps you get in each book. So we, like, in these 5-6 books, we've only been in this top corner up here, as well as that little ice ridge up there. So we started the game at the monastery here, and that's where we are right now, actually. In book 1, we went to Holmgard, and then in book 2, we traveled to all the way to Hammerdale and back to defeat the Dark Lord army. Then in book 3, we went to the north up to the Ice Fortress and then teleported back. And in book 5, we went down to Ranon Forest, all the way down to the ruins of Makin. And in book 6... Wait, 1, 2, 3... Hang on. That was 1, 2, 3... Yeah, book 4, we went to Ranon Forest. Book 5, we went down to the desert down here, Vasagonia. And we went down as far as... Well, we ended up around here, I think. But yeah, that's just a tiny part of the world. Look at all this. And every one of these named places is probably a place you can visit in one of the pages, at least. Oh my god, look. All these ice lakes have names. Alright. Alright, let's go then. You got map. Before leaving Summerland on your quest for the Lore Stone of Areta, you equip yourself with a map of the Stormlands and a pouch of gold. You can take 5 items from the list below. Let's take a bow. I'll put away the dagger. Put away these 2 daggers. So we've got a mace, but that's a special weapon. We'll take a bow. Put the sword. We can take 3 more items. We've got chainmail waistcoat. So there's no point taking padded leather. I don't know. Are you allowed to wear both of them? I don't think so. Quiver, 6 arrows. Yeah, take that. Is that a special item? Oh, yeah, it is. Bow seems quite useful then. I don't know how it works, but... Rope and tinderbox we've already got, right? Yeah. Alright, we'll take a potion. And meals. You can only... Oh, look at this. You can only carry a maximum of 50 crowns, but any over this number can be left in safekeeping at Yokai Monastery. Was that always the case? No, I don't think so, because we usually weren't starting at the monastery. I don't know. I've got 38 anyway. Alright, so I think it's usual combat rules. So we are Kai Master Superior. So we have the Circle of Fire right now. Hang on. Let me have a look at these law circles again. We should try to aim for another one of these law circles if we can. What did I take? I took Weapon Mastery, Hunt Mastery, and Divination. Instead of Divination, we should probably take Pathmanship, because then next time we can take Invisibility and we get +1 combat skill again. Optimize it. Can we actually go back and change that? Yeah, I think so. Instead of Divination, take Pathmanship. I don't know. Try that. So we already took what we want, right? Yep, okay. Okay. May the spirit of Sun Eagle guide you on the path of the Magna Kai. Alright. So we are healing. So healing still works. So curing is just a slightly better healing, but it doesn't change the amount you heal. Alright. The courtyard of the Kai Monastery is strangely silent the morning you begin the quest. A blanket of frost sparkles on the battlements, and the air is crisp and clear as you guide your horse down the steep hill track that disappears into the Freierlund forest. It is only a little later when you look back to see the tall grey towers of your stronghold silhouetted against the sky. You bid a silent farewell before entering the densely packed trees. You do not look back again. Let's have a look at the map. So... Oh, this is below the ruins of Marken. So this is... On the big map, this is... Here. Long ride south is not without incident. On Raiders Road, the highway between the capital and the province of Varanon, you are confronted by a ragged outlaw band. They demand gold, but instead receive a harsh lesson in the powers of a Kai Master. You fight them and they flee in confusion, leaving 3 of their number dead on the highway. After this encounter, you are given a wide berth by all the other unsavory characters of this bleak and desolate region. In Ranon, you are greeted with a hero's welcome by the Lord of the Land, Baron Vaneland. He and his people will never forget the debt they owe you, for it was your courage that once saved them from destruction at the hands of an evil renegade warlord. You are made so welcome by the Ruinese that your quest is in danger of being forgotten in the endless round of banquets and celebrations held in your honor. However, you cannot neglect your duty, and the time soon comes for you to leave the mining town and venture south once more. Long ago, the highway from Ranon to Qualen was torn in two by a terrible earthquake that scarred the land for hundreds of miles. This deep crevice became known as the Markengorge, the Chasm of Doom, for its fathomless depths are cursed with a dreadful legacy. It was here, during the Age of the Black Moon, that King Ulnar killed the mightiest of the Dark Lords, Lord Vashnar, whose body, along with the bodies of all his followers, was cast down into its bottomless reach. The legends say that his death cry will echo through the gorge until he rises again to wreak his vengeance on Summerland and the House of Ulnar. You are eager to avoid the Chasm of Doom and the long detour to the free city-state of Cassion is a far better prospect than a visit to the ghost city of Marken. Gradually, the fertile plain of southern Ranon gives way to the sparse vegetation on the borders of the dry main. There, like a jewel rising out of the desert, lies the city-state of Cassion. Your stay in the City of Merchants is a brief but profitable one. A piece of luck helped by your Kai skills gives a profitable win at the gambling house of the Silver Sage. With the gold you win, you replenish your supplies and purchase a fresh mount for your ride to Qualen. A week later, you arrive safely at the outskirts of Qualen, and in the evening twilight, find yourself gazing upon the fortified wall that surrounds this river town. To reach Veretta, you must cross the river, and only here at Qualen is there a bridge that spans the fast-flowing waters of the Qual. The highway divides as it approaches the town wall, for there are 2 gates that provide access to its east side. Your Magna Kai skill tells you the meaning of a symbol carved into the stone above the south gatehouse. It is a winged spur, the emblem of the army of Lyris. This gate must be the entrance to a guardhouse, for the highway that leads to the north gate shows signs of more frequent use, where its deeply rutted surface has borne the brunt of merchant traffic to and from Cassion. The tracks that mark the road here are only those of iron-shod horses. As the border guards of Lyris have a poor reputation for hospitality, it would be wise to avoid them if possible. So is suggesting we go north. Alright. A peasant wagon and a merchant caravan bearing the Toa Tree emblem of Cassion are waiting in front of the town gate. You bring your horse to a halt and wait in line as the great door of rust-red iron slowly creaks open. A guard appears and gestures to the wagon and caravan to enter, but he lowers his spear menacingly as you prepare to follow. The town levy is 3 gold crowns, stranger. Pay or turn away. Yeah, okay, we'll pay. You enter a wide street where black iron lanterns swing above the doors of shops and houses, their oily black smoke staining the walls and adding a pall of gloom to the darkening sky. The street descends towards the River Qual, where flatboats lie moored at the rich merchant wharves. Qualen stands at the most northerly point on the river that can be navigated by boat and barge, and it is here that the river meets the caravan routes to Cassion and the Lastlands, so ensuring the future of the town. At the approach to a wide stone bridge, you see an impressive-looking hostelry with stables and outhouses. A painted shield hangs above the courtyard gate, proudly displaying its name, the Barrelbridge Tavern. Tavern music time. The moment you enter the courtyard, a stable boy appears from nowhere and bids you welcome. He takes charge of your horse and shows you the door to the tavern hall. It is crowded despite the early hour, and a roaring fire blazes in its great stone hearth. The smell of roasting beef makes your mouth water, reminding you that you have not eaten today. We do have pathmanship. Seated near to the fireplace are 3 surly-faced drinkers, their tunics stained with the grime of travel. Each wears a red badge upon their breast, embroidered with the crossed swords of Veretta. You sense that they are soldiers of fortune, probably in the pay of a captain who comes from the same city. Sure. The soldiers are swilling ale and reminiscing about their campaigns with wild exaggeration. They are brash and loud, but an uneasy silence quickly falls when they see you approach. You notice that their hands are no longer grasping mugs of ale, they now rest upon the hilts of their heavy-bladed swords. Why? Sure, let's offer to buy them a drink. The 3 men exchange wary glances before offering you a seat. A pockmarked warrior snaps his fingers and shouts across the crowded hall. Wench! 4 flagons of ale! Is that me talking? No. Pockmarked warrior. One of them snaps his fingers. Okay. Beer is drawn into 4 large earthenware vessels, each of which holds half a gallon of ale. Staggering beneath their weight, the serving girl finally arrives and places the flagons on the table. 8 gold crowns, sir, she says breathlessly, the perspiration standing out on her freckled brow. How much money do we have? 27, okay. A toast to our gallant friend, cries the soldier with the pockmarked face. Honor in battle, shouts the red-haired man to his left. Hello, Wugger. And a rich purse for the victor, retorts the other. They laugh heartily and raise the flagons to their lips. Their smiling faces are completely hidden by the jugs as they drink their fill. A full minute of silence passes before the 3 jugs are slammed to the table, emptied of ale. The strong beer soon dissolves any guardedness, and they become very talkative about themselves. You take this opportunity to ask them what they know of the Lawstone of Veretta. Legend, belches the redhead. Myth or legend? Not so, interrupts Pockface. It's real enough, but it was lost years ago. The Lawstone is magical. It holds a power that can turn an ordinary man into a king. On hearing this, the other soldiers snigger, but Pockface ignores them and continues. The Lawstone was once set into the throne of Lyris, at the tower of the king in Veretta. Hundreds of years ago, during the War of the Lawstone, it was stolen by a Salonese prince called Cascor. He set the stone upon a gold scepter and used it in battle to inspire his followers. He believed that it made him invulnerable, but it was not so. He was killed in a battle on board his royal barge at Rem, and the Lawstone was lost when it fell from his hand into the depths of the river Storn. However, that is not the end of the story. There are many tales about the scepter having been found, but on the whole they have turned out to be fake or merely fanciful. The legend says whoever wields the Lawstone is the rightful ruler of all the Stornlands. For this reason above all others, the Lawstone is sought by many evil or unscrupulous men to further their dreams of power. If you wish to know more, you should go to Veretta. There are many learned men who have devoted their lives to the study of the Lawstone. The scholars and sages of Brass Street. They are the people to help you. Wow. Okay. This drunk guy in the tavern was extremely helpful. So the last known location was when it dropped into the River Storn. Which is that river there. Where are we right now? We are in Qualen. We just came from up here. And this is the fan-made map of the entire world. is crazy. Every single one of these named places, I think, probably appears in some page of the books. Including all these little ice lakes here. Look at this. That's ridiculous. So we've only covered basically this area so far in our adventures. We are now down here. Alright, let's inquire about a room for the night. The innkeeper is a fat, oily individual with small piggish eyes and a crooked smile. A grimy cloth hangs by a cord from his wrist, which he uses to wipe the bar. He seems unconcerned that the filthy rag does little but smear grease further across the counter. "You're in luck, my friend," he says, rummaging through the pockets of his striped apron. "We have one room left, room 17. Produces a plain iron key and sets it down upon the bar. 3 gold crowns in advance. You pay the innkeeper and slip the key into your pocket. You're contemplating an early night when your rumbling stomach reminds you that you need to eat. Shall we eat in the tavern or in the privacy of our room? In the tavern we might meet more people, I suppose. Alright, we'll take a seat. Spending a lot of money. Got 22 gold crowns left. Taking a seat that offers a good view of the hall, you catch the eye of a serving girl and order a plate of roast beef. She returns with a platter stacked high with steaming meat and sets it down before you. 2 gold crowns, if you please, sir, she says, presenting an open hand that is bloodied by the food. You pay the girl and settle down to your feast. What's going on here? Let's put some conflict music on. Suddenly there's a mighty crash as the hall door is slammed shut. Into the tavern strides a black-browed young lordling, wearing a flamboyant costume of ebony and gold. He makes a ceremonious display of removing his velvet cloak and pompously demands food and wine. And it takes 3 serving girls and the innkeeper to see to his wishes. His manner is so insulting that you are not surprised to see the many scars that disfigure his young face. He must be continually provoking fights and duels. The lordling chooses to seat himself at a table already occupied by a small, thin, inoffensive old man. Within seconds, there is a thunderous outburst of foul language. The lordling grabs the old man by the throat, lifts him one-handedly from his seat and hurls him to the floor. "You snivelling toad! How dare you sit with me!" he bellows. Bewildered and frightened, the little man fumbles an apology, but to no avail. The lordling kicks back his chair and towers over the wretch, his hand clasped around the hilt of his sword. The tavern crowd view the scene with relish, like spectators at a Vasagonian arena, for the lordling clearly intends to kill the old man. We do possess a bow. With the speed and grace of movement that marks you as a Kai master, you load, take aim, and fire. Your arrow pierces the lordling's forearm as his sword descends, causing the blow to splinter stone, not skull. He utters a shrill cry and spins backwards, cradling his wounded arm as he falls. "Curse you, scum! I am Rourke, highborn of Amory. I shall have your life for this, mark my words." Trembling with pain and fury, he staggers to his feet and demands his cloak from the innkeeper before stumbling into the night with a welter of threats and curses. "My humble thanks," says the frail old man as you help him to his feet. "I am forever in your debt." Taking him by the arm, you escort him to his table where he gathers up his scattered belongings. "My name is Cyrillus. I am a magician," he says meekly, as if apologizing for some weakness or abnormality. "I claim no great understanding of the arcane. My talents are modest by any standard. I only dabble in simple tricks, earning my keep with amusements and sleights of hand to amuse the courtiers of Veretta. Your eyes obviously betray you. The old man is quick to note your sudden interest in the word Veretta. Let's ask him. The old man narrows his mousy eyes and looks at you with a cautious stare. It is but a legend. Some say it contained great power. Others say its power existed only in the minds of those who craved to own it. Whatever the truth is, the Lawstone has been lost for hundreds of years. You sense that the old magician is not telling you all he knows about the Lawstone. Go on, let's open up. Cyrillus' eyes open with such surprise that you can see the startled whites around his mousy brown pupils. Lone wolf, he whispers incredulously. I should have known. Humble apologies, my lord. I thought that you sought the Lawstone for less than honorable reasons. Cyrillus talks at great length about the legend of the Lawstone. Oh, okay, so this is mostly what we already learned. Yeah, it's the same stuff. Cyrillus does not know where the Lawstone is, but he does know a man in Veretta who claims to know its exact whereabouts. Let me ride with you to Veretta. In return for the privilege, I shall take you to this man. Your basic Kai instincts tell you his offer is genuine. You nod your agreement and arrange to meet him in the tavern courtyard at dawn. Chill Cockcrow heralds the break of day. By the time you have dressed and gathered together your equipment, Cyrillus is waiting for you in the courtyard below. A glorious day, he says cheerfully, pointing up at the cloudless sky with his slender oaken staff. We'll have no difficulty reaching the halfway inn by nightfall. You bid farewell to the innkeeper and his son, and urge your horses out onto the narrow street that leads to the Westgate house. By mid-morning, you are riding across gentle hills crested with yellow-leaved trees. The hilltops are shrouded with mist, but occasional rays of sunshine break through to lighten the lush green fields below. Time passes swiftly as Cyrillus recounts the histories and legends of the area. You learn that the rich and fertile kingdoms bordering the River Storm have a wild and turbulent past, swept by wars, divided by empires, split by national rivalries and the ambitions of petty princes who prey upon one another and the rest of the populace. Liris is embroiled in war with Magador, Deldon with Salony, and Salony with Slovia. Battles are fought, lives are lost, and the land is pillaged with grim regularity. Only the mercenaries and the crows seem to prosper from the continual conflicts. It is mid-afternoon when you catch sight of a small village on the road ahead. There are many wagons parked at the side of the highway, and a crowd has gathered in a field nearby. As you ride past, you notice a large placard nailed to one of the wagons. Archery tournament. Entrance fee, 2 gold crowns. First prize, the silver bow of Duadan. Sure, let's enter. We do have a bow. That's useful. Cyrillus offers to stay and look after the horses while you take part in the contest. He says that archery holds no interest for him, but you suspect this is just an excuse to take an afternoon nap. You hand him the reins of your horse and hurry to join a line of men waiting to enter the tournament field. The event reminds you of a Somlending village pageant, and the jugglers, the dancers, and the numerous sideshows all add to the festive spirit. Eventually you reach the gate where a cheerful old lady is collecting the 2 gold crowns entrance fee. You hand over your crowns and enter a large tent where the other competitors are stringing their bows. A small, flat-faced man, dressed in a silver-braided jerkin, enters the tent and calls for everyone's attention. Quickly, he explains the rules that govern the tournament and then ushers you onto the range. At the far end of the field is a line of targets, each with 10 colored rings marked 0 to 9. Each archer is given 3 arrows, with which he must get a minimum score of 8 in order to qualify for the next round of the tournament. Pick 3 numbers from the random number table and add them together. If you have the Magna Chi discipline of weapon mastery with bow, add 3 to your total. Alright. 1, 4. Okay, we're way over. What was it? 8. So we qualify. Your score qualifies you for place in the final, but only one other archer has scored more than 7 points. His name is Altan, a tall man with rugged features, a ranger from the mountains to the north. He wields a longbow of orange toa wood, and his skill with this weapon is formidable. It will be a difficult contest. Combat ratio -7. Uh-oh. The tournament final is played out using the normal rules for combat. The only difference is that you begin with 50 endurance or target points. So if I lose health, I actually lose target points. And he loses target points. The first one to lose all 50 loses. If you're using the jackhand. Alright, so it says we don't gain bonuses from a shield or any weapon other than a bow. Weapon mastery with bow grants you the 3 combat skill. They're letting us use Mind Blast, though. Is that... I mean, the exact wording says you may not gain bonus from a shield or any weapon. So it doesn't say anything about not using Mind Blast, even though it doesn't really make sense in this context, but I'm following the rules to the letter, so... Even so, -7, that's pretty bad. We're not going to win this, I think. I think it's pretty at this stage of the book, it's pretty unlikely you'd even be able to win this. Like, we're already pretty strong in terms of ratio. Alright, let's try it. I mean, -7 is possible. Oh, we're winning. Just. Okay, we're evens now. Like, if we actually look at the table for -7. It's pretty even. In fact, this column is actually almost like the most neutral column it is. So -7 is really like a 0. Really. So it could go either way. Oh, nice. Come on. Yes, 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 yes. Come on. Nice. What would happen if we both died together? It doesn't really specify. Alright. Well, we win. A loud cheer shatters the silence as your arrow strikes home. You have won. The villagers are thrilled to have witnessed such an exciting tournament and crowd around you to offer their praise and congratulations. The little man in the braided jerkin presents you with your prize. A magnificent bow made from the wood of a silver oak tree. This weapon will add 3 points to your total whenever you're using a bow. That's 3 on top of the 3 we already get. Nice. After making a short speech to thank the villagers for their generosity, you shoulder your prize and head back to Cyrillus with the good news. Alright. So they've introduced archery into the game. That's quite cool. How many arrows do we have left? 5 arrows. We actually used our arrow for the tournament? No, we didn't. They supplied arrows. We've still got 5. Alright, 1 second. A shock awaits you on your return to Cyrillus. Both he and your horse have vanished. At first you curse him, thinking that he has wandered off to a nearby ale tent for a drink. But when you discover his oaken staff lying beside the road, you sense that something is seriously wrong. You climb to the top of a parked wagon and strain your eyes in all directions for some clue to his whereabouts. Suddenly you see him, surrounded by a group of cavalrymen, galloping away to the west. You count 6 of them, plus a riderless horse, your horse. Then you notice that conveniently hitched to the back of the parked wagon is a saddled horse. I'll take the horse and give chase. Like, we can pay the guy afterwards. Like, this is an emergency. You have barely covered 100 yards when you hear a frantic cry. Horse thief! Horse thief! Don't let him get away! They're gonna fire? If they hit the horse, then you won't get your horse back, will you? You tighten your grip and urge the horse along the highway as it dips and bends, following the low hedgerow that borders the tournament field. The cry alerts some men from the archery competition, and they soon appear in a line at the edge of the field. As they see you approach, they draw their bows to fire. Oh no. Oh, whoop. A hail of arrows engulfs you. Pain explodes through your chest, neck, and shoulder. You are mortally wounded, and although you fight with grim determination to hang on to life, it is a struggle that you cannot win. Weak from shock and loss of blood, you fall from the saddle and die on the highway to Veretta. Your life and quest end here. I died because I stole a horse and a bunch of archers from the competition. The competition that I just won. Decided to kill me. I wouldn't be surprised if they also killed the horse. Like, they all fired their arrows. Oh well. We lose all this stuff. Shield, the jeweled mace. I mean, most of the stuff wasn't that important, but... Oh no, my prism, my hourglass, my silver comb. Alright then. Alright, we start again. Let me just get my coffee. Oh. Damn. Dying in these books, like, hurts me more than it does in a video game. Like, I really feel loss here. Alright, combat skill 6. Decent. 8. Good. We'll take weapon mastery. I think we'll take the same as before. Bow, apparently, is very useful. 2 common items. Let's go with sword and... I don't know, axe. Okay, so they've got this combos thing. So if you take all of one group, so if I take weapon mastery and hunt mastery, I get this bonus. I mean, for sure I want to take weapon mastery. That seems the most important thing to take. So, if I'm doing that, I might as well take hunt mastery. And then I'll take pathmanship as well, so that in the future, if I get an extra skill in the next book, I can take invisibility to complete the Circle of Solaris as well, to get an extra. Alright, so weapon mastery, hunt mastery, pathmanship. Can take up to 5 of the following. Alright, definitely take the bow and the quiver. We need a melee weapon. Let's take... I don't know, the axe. And then we can take 2 more items. We've got hunt mastery, so we don't need meals. Take... the waistcoat. And rope is always useful, I suppose. Okay. So... oh, I see. We don't have Mind Blast this time. But it implied that you get all the base abilities from the previous books. Wait, okay, so we'll see now if I heal every page. If not, then I'm gonna have to take healing next time. I think the way it's written... I'm not sure. Alright, we'll find out soon. No, we didn't heal. So I should take healing next time, because that's too important. We're gonna run out of HP. Alright, so, Alright, so again, We set out for Ranon, then we go to Carlin, past the mountains. We do have Pathmanship. We'll go to the North Gate, because that's the better one. Pay the 3 gold crowns. We've only got 10 gold crowns. Alright, we'll pay the 3 gold crowns. Then we go to the tavern. Don't have enough money to buy lots of drinks and food. We do have Pathmanship. Oh, yep, death counter. Alright. Let's not talk to the men, because if we buy a round of drinks, we're gonna have to spend 8 gold. Well, we don't even have 8 gold. We'll just order food. Just paid 5 gold. Oh, that's for the room as well. We've got 2 gold left. That's enough for the tournament. So we get the food, as before. Room 17. Oh, this guy. So we do possess a bow. We shoot him in the arm. He runs off. Then we ask the magician about Lawstone of Varetta. We tell him about a quest. He tells us about the Lawstone that we're looking for. And then in the morning, into the tournament. Yeah, why not? We'll have another go. Qualified to the next round. Now we've do -8 this time. Yeah, you don't get Mind Blast. And we're not healing, are we? Alright, so next time I'll take Curing. Alright. We're winning. Ooh. Nope, we lose. A loud cheer shatters the silence as Alton's winning arrow hits the target. The villagers are thrilled to have witnessed such an exciting tournament. That bow would have been really good. Another +3. And surge across the field, eager to offer Alton their praise and congratulations. But also, because the bow is a special item, that means, like, it doesn't occupy your normal weapon slots. So if you lose your backpack or you lose your weapons, you don't lose the special bow. As the tall woodsman disappears from view amid the teeming crowd, you take the opportunity to slip away unnoticed. Oh! So, again, the horse is stolen. Oh, no, not the horse is stolen. The, Cyrillus is stolen. Are we going to take the horse and give chase? We'd roll again, but unless we have animal control or... What was it? If we have animal control, we add +3 to the roll. Ugh, damn it. How much money do we have? 0. We can't offer to buy it. Oh god. We'll get chase. Yeah, we do have Hunt Mastery, so we do add 3. So our odds are good. We were just really unlucky last time. Oh, bollocks. We rolled a 1. Oh, we gotta do something different next time. I will take different skills though, because apparently we don't keep healing from the earlier books. Alright. That was bad. Oh, bad combat skill. probably won't even enter the tournament this time. Right, I definitely want curing. Right, so now if we revisit this Law Circles thing, I've taken curing. You can take animal control, but that just gets you EP. I don't care about EP. I want combat skill. So we can take weapon mastery, hunt mastery. That'll get us +1. Or... I don't know. Maybe we don't have to worry about the circle of the circles. I mean, Psy Surge basically gives you a +2 combat skill on its own. I think I should always take Weapon Mastery, because it's useful. So we'll take Bow, Sword, and Axe again. Let's take Psy Surge. So in general, it gives you a +2 combat skill if your opponent is not immune. But you can also... Oh, you can also choose to add an extra 2 combat skill each round and throw away 2 endurance points to do that. I think that's probably worth it in most cases. Alright. So we'll take... definitely take a bow. Oh, how much money do we get this time? Because we didn't have much money last time. 13. It's okay. Take a bow, take a sword. Oh, quiver. Waistcoat. And rope. If I go down that path again, at least we'll have enough money to buy the horse legitimately. No, how much would a horse cost? It's not going to cost the same as a meal in a tavern. It's going to cost... Oh, it's probably going to cost like 10 gold or more. Maybe we just go a different path altogether. Alright. We don't have partnership. We know the North Gate is like, that's where the tavern is. Let's go South Gate this time, even though our pathmanship suggested we should avoid the South Gate. But, I don't know, let's go South Gate. Rider, show your pass. Alright. You rein in your horse beneath a wide stone archway of the South Gate. From an arrow slit in the wall echoes a harsh voice. Rider, show your pass. There is the dull clunk of a bolt being drawn and 2 swarthy guards dressed in chainmail appear. They eye you suspiciously and repeat the demand to see a pass. I do not have a pass, we'll be honest. Bah! Exclaims the gold contemptuously. We have no time for witless wanderers. Go back to Kashion if you have no business here. He spits at the ground, and the guards turn towards the open town gate. Can we offer them some gold then? 10 gold crowns? But wait, this is to the same town? So we know we can just get through the North Gate, don't we? Let's just go to the North Gate then. Here it's 3. Alright, we'll pay 3. But I don't know if we'll end up at the tavern if we go the other way. Alright. Um... So if we... order some food. As before, we'll do this. Shoot him. This book is quite narrow in its opening pages. Like, in some earlier books, it branched out pretty quickly in the first few pages, and there was so many possibilities you could be after just like 3 or 4 pages. Here, it seems quite narrow to begin with. So yeah, we ask him. Yeah, we'll do all the same. This all makes sense. We'll do all this. Enter the tournament? Like, our skill's pretty bad now. Oh, we do have Mind Blast. No, okay, we chose Mind Blast this time, so it's 17. And we get +3 from the bow. So it would be we won't enter the tournament. I think it's low odds, and we'll stay with him. Even though I really would like that silver bow, but this time we'll actually stay with him. Less than a mile from the village, the road descends into a narrow valley where a castle, part of which has fallen into ruin, is set on a rock shelf beneath a mossy precipice. Castle Taunor, says Cyrillus, shielding his eyes from the glare of the afternoon sun. It's a place of pilgrimage for many people. The water from its spa has great healing properties. He leans forward, removes a small glass jar from his saddlebag, and offers it to you. Taunor water could be useful to a warrior such as you. Sure. The path that leads to Castle Taunor... Did we collect it? It didn't... Okay. I think this just leads to this page. Alright. The path that leads to Castle Taunor is steep and slippery and far too treacherous to be attempted on horseback. Cyrillus offers to stay and look after your horse while you collect some spa water. Oh, we're going up there to collect the spa water. Saying that he is too old to climb the hill track. However, you suspect that it is just an excuse to take an afternoon nap. That looks like a dodgy site to build a castle. The castle is less than a mile from the highway, yet it takes over half an hour to complete the hazardous climb to the rock shelf. The crumbling castle walls are covered with damp foliage and mildew, and the overhanging precipice envelops the keep with its gloomy shadow. You follow the sound of dripping water until you find yourself in a small chapel, where you discover a rivulet of sparkling spa water, trickling from a crack in the altar stone. As you kneel at the altar, filling your glass jar, you suddenly hear a noise. You are not alone. You turn your head to see a shambling, blunt-nosed horror emerge from the shadows. It emits a hideous, snickering cry and lashes out with one of its 4 razor-sharp claws, sending you tumbling backwards across the muddy flagstones. You quickly regain your feet, but the surprise attack has opened a gaping wound in your arm. The creature's eyes glow with hatred as it shuffles hungrily towards you. We do have a bow. There's only enough time for you to fire 1 shot before the monster is upon you. You cannot afford to miss. To stop the creature dead in its tracks, you need to hit a vital organ, but in the gloom of this ruined chapel, it is difficult to see your target clearly. Go for the heart. I mean, if we go for the eyes, we might hit 1 eye, but it has another one. Or go for the legs. I mean, legs is more realistic. Let's go for the legs. It's not a vital organ, but... And then we can fight him with a sword, I suppose. ghastly sound of the creature's hungry cry chills your blood. It is barely a few feet away when you let loose your arrow. The arrow thuds into its right leg, causing it to shriek and lose its footing. Your quick thinking has bought you enough time to unsheath a hand weapon, and attack the monster. Because the creature is now laying face down, do not deduct any endurance points you may lose in the first 2 rounds of combat. Alright. So, can you Psy Surge? Wait. Does that also mean the -2 from this? Like, if I'm reading this... The words as written would imply that you don't even lose the -2 from this, but we'll see how they've programmed it. Yeah, it says you may lose in the first 2 rounds of combat. We may lose this -2 EP, so let's use this and see what happens. No. Oh, no. Did we lose it? No, we didn't. No, we did. Alright, anyway, Alright, I won't use Psy Surge for the second round. Okay. So if we use Psy Surge, it'll be -3. So we're going from, like, this column to the next column. And it's not that different, to be honest. It's not... It's like 1 HP difference. Not actually worth spending the 2 endurance points. Psy Surge. I mean, Psy Surge is still a good ability to take because it gives you the base +2 Mind Blast. But I don't think it's actually worth using the actual Surge. Alright, we'll just do it normally. Oh, nice. What are we on? 14. Oh, fuck. We're on 4. We're on 4, he's on 5. Even if we kill him, his damage still goes through. There's a really high chance of us just dying. I think we have to evade combat. Oh, I forgot how elude combat works. Elude combat, you have to take 1 hit. And then you get to escape combat. They get it 1 hit on you, and then you get to leave combat. Damn it! Well, to be fair, it wouldn't have made a difference because if I had just done the round, I would have died as well. So it would have been the same either way. Good thing there are an infinite number of last Kai Masters. Yeah, the monastery is... We have a cloning device in the monastery. Alright. Good skill, good combat skill. Alright, we might be able to take fights this time. So, weapon mastery, bow, sword, axe, like before. Definitely take curing. If we want to go all in on combat, then I would take Psi Surge again just for that +2. $15 gold crowns, not bad. Should be able to afford like entering the tournament and stuff. And maybe even buying the horse. I don't know. Right, bow, wither. It's quite a difficult start to this book. What do I want? Did I take a... Yeah, we need a sword. Waistcoat. Take a rope. So we're doing weapon mastery, curing, and Psi Surge. They're quite spread out, but well, if we survive a book, we can then maybe take Hunt Mastery or to get that extra 1 combat. Right. We'll go to North Gate. Pay the 3 gold crowns. I don't know what happens if you try to ride past them, but you probably die. Get put in jail. Yeah, order food. Do this, shoot him. Ask about this. Alright, do we want to enter the tournament? Let's see how much money we've got. 7 gold crowns. So I pay 2. Then we have to deal with him getting kidnapped. I have 5 gold crowns. Would I be able to buy the horse? I don't know how much the horse even costs. I mean, the important thing is, do we have a good chance of winning the archery tournament? I think so, yeah. Alright, we'll try it. Just. Oh, no, +3 is added to the total of the 3, I see. Okay, yeah, no, we Alright. It's -7. Oh, you can use Psi Surge in this? Wait. Would that affect the target points or the endurance? Let's test it out. Probably the real endurance. No, it's not our real endurance. Well, we'll try using Psi Surge then. I don't think it's worth it. Just... Damn it. Alright, we're even. Nope, we lose. Alright. So we don't have the animal control or huntsmanship, so we don't have the extra +3 for the roll for the dodging the arrows. So we'll try to find the horse's owner and offer to buy it. You do not have to look very far for the horse's owner. At this very moment he is striding towards you. Suddenly he recognizes you and salutes you with a friendly wave. We did not win the archery contest. You recognize the small, flat-faced man. He was the umpire of the archery tournament. He asks you what is troubling you, and you explain your sorry predicament. I'm sure we can find a solution to your problem, he says, obviously relishing the thought of profiting off your misfortune. He will accept either 2 special items or 20 gold crowns in exchange for his horse. Well, this was back when I had a whole bunch of crappy special items, like a ticket to Portbacks and stuff like that. I would have done it, but I'm not giving my map. We could give the map, but I don't think you can give the map anyway. I'm definitely not giving. No, I'm not giving you special items. All right, I refuse. You decline the offer and go in search of some other means of finding Cyrillus. The village stables are locked and guarded, but at the rear of the blacksmith you discover just what you are looking for. A young stallion is pacing the paddock, its saddle and blankets slung over the gate. At first he is wary of your approach, but he soon senses that you mean no harm and have no difficulty in preparing him for the ride. Once clear of the paddock, you canter around the blacksmithy and onto the highway. Okay, we just steal a horse for free. Oh no! The same page. Horse thief, don't let him get away! We still riding past the archery competition? Fuck's sake. Dead. That we either need... It's quite difficult to get started on this book. We either need... I really want that bow, though. Let's see what skills we get. Oh, good combat skill. Terrible endurance. Alright. Alright, we should definitely go for the tournament, try and get the bow. I'm gonna take the thing which helps with the roll, for escaping the arrows. Like, in theory, the odds are in our favor. We just were really bad the first 2 times. Alright. Weapon mastery, bow, sword, axe. I want to go all in on combat this time. We'll take hunt mastery, which helps for the horse. That horse escape. And that gives us a +1 because we've got the combo. Wait, I was gone for like 5 minutes. So instead of stealing the horse and giving chase, I tried to buy the horse from the guy who happened to be the umpire of the tournament. But he was asking for too much, so I refused. And then we went and stole a horse from a blacksmith instead. And then that just takes you to the same page where you're running away on the horse. And they're yelling, horse thief, and then I failed the roll. This time I'm picking the skills that will help with this. So we've got hunt mastery, weapon mastery, and oh, I didn't read this bit. Allow him to ignore any extra loss of combat skill points due to a surprise attack or ambush. That's quite useful. These guards are more dangerous than that bandits, yeah. Well, it's not even the guards, it's the competitors in the archery tournament. They're a bit trigger happy. Alright, we'll take curing. Alright, and we've got good money as well. Alright, so take the bow, the quiver, the sword, the waistcoat, and the rope. Alright. So we've got pretty high combat skill. I could have taken Side Surge as well, but actually Hunt Mastery we need for the horse. Like, surely we won't fail it this time. Alright, so, again, Northgate. Pay the 3 gold. Eat a meal. Shoot that guy. Ask about the Lawstone. Into the tournament. Have a bow. Qualify. -5. That's not too bad. We'll hopefully win this. Looking good. If we win the tournament, we might be able to convince the guy to lend us the horse. So, okay. So we win the bow. Now, instead of taking the horse and give chase, let's see if he'll actually just give us the horse. We won the archery contest, right? It is Altan. Before you can explain what has happened... Oh! They actually change who it is, depending on whether you won the tournament. If you didn't win the tournament, it was the umpire. If you do win the tournament, it was Altan. Okay. The guy who we actually defeated. Oh, what? He wants my silver bow? Before you can explain what has happened, he shakes your hand and congratulates you on your prowess with a bow. For in spite of his defeat, he is eager to show that he bears no grudge. You thank him and go on to explain your sorry predicament. I think we can make a deal, he says, his eyes glancing at your silver bow. No, I'm not giving you my bow. 20 gold crowns. I would if I had it. I'm not giving you my special items. No. Alright, we steal the blacksmith horse. Alright, come on. So we do have Hunt Mastery, so it's +3. Yes! Finally! Arrows scream past on all sides. One shaft gouges a furrow of skin from the horse's rump. They're shooting the horse! Causing him to twist and buck. You shorten the reins and urge him forward. Your quick thinking helps you regain control of the frightened animal, and soon you are well out of range of the deadly arrows. So in this timeline, it was Altan's horse. The guy who we beat in the contest. The chase takes you deep into the heart of the Retian Hills. Soon the highway dips and twists, plunging into the valleys and hollows carved by fast-flowing streams, and climbing through the dense woodland that clings precariously to every precipice and crag. You often lose sight of the riders, but your basic Kai skills of tracking and hunting enable you to follow their trail with ease. It is not until you reach a tiny village perched on the edge of a tree-lined crag that their trail becomes indistinct. However, you notice that at the far side of the village, a stony hill track branches from the main highway and ascends into the trees. Let's follow the hill track. Near the crest of the hill, there is a small hut built close to the track. Outside on the porch sits an old woman who is peeling fruit with a wooden knife. She smiles a gap-toothed smile and bids you welcome as you bring your horse to a halt. Sure, let's ask her. None passing by here, she says, her voice heavy with a Highland accent. Track go top of beacon, ill and no more than that. You sense that the old woman is telling the truth. The riders have not come this way and the track leads nowhere. It is a dead end. You thank her and bid her farewell before turning around and descending the track. As you reach the junction with the highway, you see the riders emerging in a single file behind a derelict cottage. They draw themselves into a circle in the middle of the village, and although they are out of earshot, you can tell by their movements and frantic gestures that they are having a heated argument. Suddenly, the circle breaks and they ride towards you, with Cyrillus, still unconscious, in tow behind the last rider. You urge your horse off along the track and take cover among the dense trees. Do we want to ambush them? We're pretty well skilled, but they are a group of people. Or if we attack the last rider and try to recapture Cyrillus. But how far is the distance between the last rider and the second last rider? Because it's not going to be much different, is it? I think... How many riders are there? I think our time is now. Let's ambush them. Your ambush catches the enemies by surprise, making them panic and fly in all directions. At such close range, your arrow pierces the chainmail chest of the rider holding Cyrillus' horse and kills him instantly. As he tumbles to the ground... Wait. Oh yeah. You break cover, exploding through the bushes and swooping the reins from the dead man's horse. Angry shouts echo in your wake as you take off along the highway with the wizard and his horse by your side. Nice. Your immediate peril stops you dwelling too much on the reason why these riders should try to abduct Cyrillus. However, it does occur to you that he is neither wealthy nor powerful, and so a poor prospect for a rich ransom. As you reach the bottom of the wooded crag, a stone church and graveyard loom into view at a point where the highway turns sharply to the west. Blocking the wood on a charger as black as midnight sits a scar-faced young man. His eyes, set in a white and disfigured face, burn with a cold dark glow. You recognize him immediately. It is Roark, the lordling you defeated at the Barrel Bridge Tavern. Don't have a special brooch. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Suddenly, the riders appear and spread out in a semicircle to surround you. We have a debt to settle, Northlander, hisses Roark, his lips drawn back from his teeth in a contemptuous sneer. I demand payment in full. Madness flashes in his glaring eyes as he removes an amulet from around his neck and holds it high in the air. Come, come, Tagazin, I summon thee. From the pit of eternal pain, I summon thee. Oh, what is he doing? The skin on your arms and neck prickles with dread at the sound of Roark's terrible invocation, and you cast your eyes around you for an escape route. Only the churchyard offers a way past Roark and his men, but as you spur your horse through the stone gateway, you are suddenly frozen with terror by what you see before you. Above the church, a whirlpool of darkness is taking form, casting a tomb-like chill on everything beneath. Frost crystallizes on the grass and flowers, and a terrible sound fills the air as the earth begins to shake. Cracks appear in the ground beneath you, and suddenly a score of fleshless hands burst through the frozen soil to grab your horse. Shrieking with terror, it rears up, and you are thrown into the waiting arms of the waking dead. Alright, so we avoid this surprise attack penalty. They're immune to Slice Surge and Mind Blast. Okay, well, we don't have those. You must deduct 2 endurance points for every round of combat. If you wield the Summer Sword... Oh wow, the Summer Sword is Are they really expecting anyone to still have the Summer Sword? The Summer Sword you get in Book 2. Yeah, anyone who's still got the Summer Sword is probably cheating. Alright, well, we lose 2 endurance per turn, but it's not too bad. Got a good ratio. We did lose a bit of health. As you destroy the last of the fleshless skeletons, you see that the struggle has spread beyond the walls of the churchyard. From the depths of an open crypt, a shambling mass of zombies are hurling themselves at the riders, tearing the terrified warriors from their saddles. Rorak's summonation has gone horribly out of control. No living creature is safe from the terror he has unleashed. What do you expect from raising the dead? The lordling turns and gallops away in blind panic, leaving his followers to their grisly deaths. As he disappears, the swirling funnel of darkness slowly fades, and the undead stagger and fall, crumbling into dust, which is carried away on evening breeze. You rush to the aid of the old magician, who lies mortally wounded, pinned beneath the body of his dead horse. As you cradle his head in your hands, his eyes flicker and open as he forces a whisper from his blood-flecked lips. Cross Street. We do have curing. You concentrate all your powers of curing, transmitting the warmth created by your Magna Chi skill through your hands into the shattered body of the magician. His frail shoulders tremble as he forces himself to whisper once more. Street Loretta, find Grinion the Sage. He will help your quest. A trickle of blood seeps from the corner of the old man's mouth as his eyes flicker and close. He is dead. You bury him in the graveyard of the church where he fell and say a silent prayer to the spirits of the Kai. Isn't the graveyard teeming with zombies? To watch over him on his final journey. A sadness fills your heart, and you take one last look at the oaken staff that marks his grave before setting off on the highway to Veretta. Right? It is nearly dark when you catch sight of a tavern on the road ahead. 2 guttering torches set into rusty brackets illuminate the sign nailed above the door. You recognize the name of the tavern that Cyrillus spoke of this morning, and it grieves you that he is not here to accompany you. Halfway in. Distant thunder rumbles through the hills as you stable your horse and enter the welcoming warmth of the tap room. The tavern is alive with the chatter of merchants, the clink of glasses, and the crackle of blazing fire. The center of the room is dominated by a small stage on which a conjurer is performing his tricks to the delights of the customers. Sure, let's watch the conjurer. Having removed a bunch of flowers from the ear of a startled merchant and a clucking hen from the petticoat of the merchant's wife, the flamboyantly dressed conjurer calls for silence from his cheering audience before announcing his next trick. 2 children shuffle onto the stage, their bodies and faces completely hidden by long black gowns that are tied at their foreheads. Only their hair, blonde and black, is visible. "I'm a boy," says the one with black hair. "I'm a girl," says the one with blonde hair, the voice identical to the first. The conjurer steps forward and says that they are a boy and a girl, but at least one of them is lying. He asks which is which and invites the audience to bet on the answer. I mean, how... What? Classic split in the road conundrum. Not quite. This is more just like a cup and balls game. It's not a... There's no real logical puzzle to this. I think we're just supposed to guess. Do we have any skills which would help us, like, detect what would help? Like, I don't know, maybe the telekinesis or something. Oh, fine, let's bet. This is the one where you kill one of them, right? Let's see what options we have. First, decide how many gold crowns you wish to wager and note this down on... Oh, there are 4 possible combinations. Yeah, but what's the returns? If the returns is only double what we bet, then that's not worth it, because there's 4 outcomes. So... It's basically just... I'm just gonna bet 1 crown, because this is rigged. I'm gonna just say they both lied, I guess. Hang on. Well, we know there's only 3 outcomes, because we know he said at least one of them is lying. Oh, wait. Yeah, no. At least one of them is lying, so we know the first possibility is not. Unless the Conjurer is lying. But I don't think so, because we'd see after he takes the cloaks off. So I think they're just both lying. We'll bet... How much do we have anyway? 7 gold crowns. I don't know. We'll bet 1. The problem is the returns. How much is he going to give us? 4 times our money? In which case this is actually worth it, and we should just bet it all. But I think he's only going to give us double the money. Alright, we'll guess they both lied. You are correct. The boy has blonde hair and the girl has black hair. Your logical thinking revealed that they could not have... They could not have been speaking the truth, for the conjurer had said at least one of them was lying. And if one was lying, then the other could... What? Oh, there's one truth that I forgot to take into account. That there is exactly 1 boy and exactly 1 girl. Like, I was ignoring that. In which case they could both be boys, they could both be girls. In which case it was just completely random. But... yeah, if there's exactly 1 boy and exactly 1 girl, then they have to both be telling the truth or have to both be telling a lie. That has to be the case, because otherwise it would mean there's 2 boys or 2 girls. Oh, damn it. I should have bet it all. Yeah. He only pays evens though, but still, okay. Well, if one of the future Magna Kais comes back to this tavern, alright, whatever, so we get 2 gold. Looks like you made it here just in time, says the cheerful innkeeper, pointing to a rain-streaked window pane. It's gonna be a rough night tonight, no mistaking. You discover that a room for the night costs 2 gold crowns plus 1 gold crown for your horse's keep. Well, we can use the hunting discipline. Yeah, fine, we'll stay in the room. You collect your key and climb the stairs to your room at the top of the tavern. You sleep deeply and at dawn rise from your narrow bed to shiver in the fresh breeze, whistling through a cracked window pane. As the harsh light of morning floods the tiny garret, you see to your dismay that your backpack lies half open on the floor. A gaping hole has been gnawed from the flap, the unmistakable handiwork of rats. Any meals you had in your backpack have been eaten or ruined. Whatever. Don't care about meals. The air is sweet with the smell of wet grass. The sun rises above the trees to the east, and mist steams from the hills on either side of the highway. By noon, you reach a small village where brightly decorated cottages line a cobblestoned square. A shrine with an enormous onion-shaped dome stands in the middle of the square, and in its shadow sit a group of old women. They're tending to some shrubs with bright orange berries which grow in the shade. You recognize the orange berries of the Aletha plant. They are much sought after by warriors and soldiers, for they increase both strength and skill during combat. Sure, I'll buy some. You can only buy one. Increases your combat skill by 2 points for the duration of a fight. Right. Sure, that's pretty good. I'd buy them all if I could. Alright, DJ. See you next time. We don't have enough money. Alright. It is late afternoon when you catch your first breathtaking glimpse of Veretta. Built on a massive plateau, this city has stood since time immemorial. The walls and buildings are immense, constructed from blood-red rock, and crowded together in complicated splendor. Great stone dragons writhe along the battlements, their coiled tails entangling the gatehouses and portals of the outer wall, and spirals of smoke rise from the mouths of angry-faced gargoyles crouching like spies on top of the roofs and towers that fill the sky. The sun has set by the time you reach the east gate. The red-coated guards offer no challenge, and you pass into the wide streets of this magnificent city to arrive eventually at a quadrangle. And the last time I heard the last time I've seen a quadrangle was when I was at school. We had a quadrangle. A pillar of red stone indicates the names of the streets that lead away from the square. Okay, let's have a look at the map. What's a quadrangle? Well, I mean, the word itself just means a four-sided shape, but it's also it's also like in towns and stuff. It's basically a square, but it's like a kind of like a field where stuff happens. But I don't know why it's considered different from a square. I think it's just a fancy name. Like when I was in school, we had the quadrangle, which was kind of like a big patch of grass, and around it we had like classrooms and a tower. I think universities often have quadrangles, and like often it's a big patch of grass, and like a lot of students will just kind of like be out on the grass studying. But I don't really know exactly what it means. I think it's sort of just synonymous with a square. But not the shape, but rather like a town square. Maybe it's what you call it when it's a bit more elongated. I don't know. Well, they even say from the square down here, so I guess it's essentially a square. So we are in Valletta, right? Which is our destination, Veretta. Actually not far from Qualen, so I don't know if we're going further into this map. What was the magician's dying words? He said go to a specific street, but it's not listed here. Let's just go to one of them. I don't know. Flute Street. The street is narrow and crowded with all manner of fighting men, mercenaries from the south who have come to Veretta in search of employment. They fill the tiny alleyways that branch off from the main street, and the air is full with their noisy banter. The smell of food mingles with the odor of sweat and leather, and flickering lanterns swing in the chill night breeze. Nobody pays attention to you, and you follow the winding cobblestones without any hindrance until you reach a magnificent, half-timbered building. Large bow windows display an eye-catching assortment of creatures of all shapes and sizes, stuffed or mounted on wooden plaques. A sign by the door reads, Chanda Taxidermist. Sure, let's have a look inside the taxidermy shop. The shop is filled with a fascinating collection of stuffed creatures, each one in a lifelike pose and displayed in a realistic setting. A two-headed wolf stands guard at the entrance to a cave. A Batnar lies on a snowy ledge, and a desert Ganthy drinks its fill from a sculptured oasis of sandstone and toa trees. You are examining the beautifully preserved head of an Itikar when you hear a soft, cultivated voice behind you. Good evening, sir. Welcome to my establishment. A tall, aristocratic man, dressed in a richly embroidered robe, steps forward and bows. He is clearly impressed by your interest in his work and offers to conduct you on a brief tour of his shop. Sure. The man delights in showing you his work, which is excellent. Many of his exhibits were caught on hunting expeditions, either by himself or by clients who wished to preserve their kills as trophies. Several trophies have been expertly restored to cover the evidence of wounds or severed limbs. He offers to show you his workshop where these miracles of taxidermy are carried out. Sure. You follow the man through a curtained archway to a high vaulted chamber that reeks with the pungent smell of preservatives and dead bodies. Several carcasses of exotic animals hang from hooks in the ceiling, and dissected heads destined for trophy plaques are laid on the large workbenches. The man opens an ornate rosewood chest and produces a silver tray on which stands a ruby glass decanter and 2 crystal goblets. He fills the goblets with wine and offers one to you, saying that the wine will help you forget the unpleasant smell of the workshop. Now I'm getting suspicious, because like everyone everywhere is always out to get me. But I just walked into this shop. Ugh. We'll take the wine, but this better not just be a drug. The wine smells delicious. The taxidermist must hold you in a high... Oh no, is he going to turn me into a statue? A wine as good as this is expensive and rare. Okay, but we do have the curing ability. Your Magnetite discipline makes you sensitive to the faintest aroma of Gallowbrush. It is commonly called Sleep Tooth in your homeland of Summerland, for the crushed thorns of the Gallowbrush briar make a very powerful sleeping draught. We've come across this before. For some unknown reason, this man is trying to make you unconscious. Let's attack him. The man's reactions are lightning fast. He hurls the silver tray at your head and escapes through a curtained arch at the back of the workshop. Like, we know where his shop is. What's he gonna do now? Give chase. Ripping aside the curtain, you rush into a small room full of storage cupboards and work tables. You cast your eyes around the workshop annex, but there is no sign of the man. He has vanished. Your Magnakai discipline reveals the man's hiding place. He is crouching behind a work table to your right. Suddenly, he jumps up and hurls a glass flask at your face. But forewarned by your Magnakai skill, you are prepared for this ambush. You duck, and the flask whistles overhead to smash against the far wall. A bubbling hiss fills the air as the contents of the flask corrode and dissolve the plaster. With the flurrying of vile curses, the man unsheathes a rapier and attacks. Ha! Well, this will be an easy battle. We do have the sword, right? Yeah. Alright. Panda gasps and shudders as your final blow robs him of all his strength. He tries to curse you, but the words stick in his throat. As he fights to speak, he stumbles and falls dead at your feet. You turn him over with the toe of your boot and make a quick but thorough search of his body. You discover a pouch containing 10 gold crowns, a potion of Larmspur, and a map of Veretta. Alright, well, we got 10 gold out of that, and a map of Veretta. We can't look at the map, it doesn't have an image. Why did it... What was he up to? In the dim glow of a street lantern, you unfold the map of Veretta and study the complicated network of roads and alleys. Brass Street is located on the far side of the city, close to the west wall. Suddenly a bell tolls, its dull clang echoing among the rooftops and towers. It is the curfew. Everyone must be off the streets within 1 hour. You will never reach the far side of the city in an hour, so you resolve to find a tavern for the night and resume your quest at dawn. You ride between ranks of carved stone idols whose mouths hold flickering torches, which illuminate this broad avenue. Mercenaries of all races and nationalities pack the street, talking, boasting, or simply dozing in the shadows. Really? I can't get to the other side of the street in 1 hour? I could walk to the other side of London in 1 hour. At the end of the street, you arrive at a junction where a woman in filthy clothes sits nursing a crying child. As you pass, she holds out a grimy hand and begs for gold crowns to feed her hungry baby. Well, in the real world, I would never give these people any money, but how many crowns? Like 2? Sure, fine, we'll give her some money. You're about to place a gold crown in the woman's hand when a man appears as if from nowhere. He slaps her grubby palm with a studded gauntlet and bellows, "Begone, you thieving hag!" The woman's eyes flash angrily as she nurses her bruised hand. Alright. Well, he's probably telling the truth. She's probably a thief. She probably stole that baby or rented it from the parents. I'll ask for his explanation. The man grasps the woman by the wrist and uncovers the arm cradled around her baby. Clasped between her fingers is a hat pin with which she pricks the baby's skin to make it cry. Oh my god. You'll be begging in the streets yourself before dawn if you'll be taken in the likes of her, he says. The woman pulls free from his grasp, curses and disappears among the scuffy crowd of mercenaries wandering the street. "Who do you serve?" asks the man, his brutal face framed by a closely cropped red beard. "Or do you come in search of a captain, eh?" "Sure, we'll talk to him." You learn that the man's name is Redbeard, and that he hails from Soren, a town to the west of Veretta. He is sergeant-at-arms to a captain of mercenaries and has recently returned from battle against the Magadorians. He offers to take you to meet his captain, who, he says, is the best soldier he has ever had the good fortune to serve under. Sure. Redbeard takes you to a tavern that looks more like a banqueting hall than a city alehouse. The Inn of the Crossed Swords is the largest and noisiest tavern you have ever seen. A constant flow of soldiers pours in and out of its cathedral-like doors, and the stable is large enough to house an entire army's horses. You stable your horse and accompany Redbeard through the massive oak doors. "Ale for my friend," he booms, and immediately an inn girl hurries to obey his command. He points to a table across the hall and says with a cheerful voice, "There he is, come and meet the captain." The captain is an imposing man, tall, muscular, with a strong-jawed face, unmarked by battle or disease. His blonde hair is cropped close to his head. and likewise his beard and moustache are trimmed close to his tanned skin. You are invited to join his company, and as you drink your ale, you listen to their proud talk of war, of victories, of loot and wages, but never of defeat. Let me just put some more coffee on. The captain and his men have grown tired of the war in the north. Prince Janville of Helen is close to ruin, having sold all he owns to pay for a war against Baron Magao of Carcast that he cannot hope to win. The prince's troops are demoralized and his mercenaries desert him at the first opportunity. You learn that the captain is recruiting men for a campaign in the south. The war between Salony and Slovia has reached boiling point, and there is much gold to be had in the service of the Salonese Prince Erowin, which he besieges while he besieges the city of Takaro. You have the Mien of a skillful warrior. I've got to start looking up all these words. There's so many new words I'm reading in these books. Mien. Mayan. A person's outward appearance. How do you pronounce that?
Mean. Mean. Mean.
Mean.
Mean.
Like demeanor. Mean. Yeah, it's the synonym of demeanor. Says the captain, his steel blue eyes cold and unblinking. Why not join my company? I have need of fighters, and I pay with gold, not promises. We leave for Takara at dawn. Will you ride with us? Politely, you refuse the captain's offer, saying that you have come to Vareta on other business. What business is there for a warrior other than war? Saving the world? Reports the captain to the raucous delight of his men. Can't have a fantasy story without using arcane terminology. Yeah, there's quite a few words here and there. I've got to start looking them up. And using them in everyday speech. You finish your ale and bid the captain and his company good night. If you change your mind, join us at Soren. We sail the river from there in 2 days' time. We do have a map. Alright, let me just get my coffee. You walk to the bar and arrange a room for the night. There are many rooms, each of a different standard and price. A blackboard suspended from the ceiling show the tariffs. Dormitory, 2 gold crowns a night. Single room, 3 gold crowns a night. Single room with hot bath, 5 gold crowns a night. I don't think we need a hot bath. Single room would be enough. The room is small, shabby, and bare, except for the battered straw mattress and threadbare carpet covering the floor. You lock the door and settle down to sleep, using your backpack as a pillow. They don't even provide a pillow? And your cloak as a blanket. Or even a blanket? Then what am I paying for? Just literally just the roof over my head? In the middle of the night, you are woken by a bright light. A shooting star of sun-like brilliance arcs over the city, shedding a rainbow of color across your drab surroundings. You watch the star as it slowly disappears before settling down once more to your much-needed rest. It seems as if you have only just closed your eyes when the loud and loathsome clang of the tavern bell fills your ears. All awake, a new day dawns at my fine brave lads, as the voice of the tavern keeper echoes through the inn. You dress, gather your equipment, and then collect your horse from the stable. The tavern has a wake-up time? I suppose it's like checkout time. Your rest restores 1 endurance point. As you ride west along a wide avenue of weathered red stone, you take in the early morning sights of this magnificent city. Window shutters slam open as the Veretians awake to a new day, and smells of breakfast and freshly ground jala waft from shop doorways. Bed and board, just with neither, yeah. We had a door, at least. Which is the most important thing. If I had gone in a dormitory, probably someone would have tried to stab me. Everyone's always trying to stab me. At the center of the city, you cross a square paved with crystal slabs and pass beneath an archway of polished green stone. Stately halls and public buildings give way to dust-worn shops and a park full of glistening flowers with huge leaves of red, gold, and pink. Beyond the park, a street paved with white gravel leads to a fortified tower, the tallest in the city. It is the Tower of the King, and it marks the entrance to Brass Street. Turning into Brass Street, the sound of bubbling water and quiet chanting drifts towards you on the still air. Old men in brown robes, their heads covered by hoods, glide silently across the white gravelled path. You ride under an archway and enter the enclosed courtyard of a grand building, a hall of learning. Suddenly a tingle runs the length of your spine as you sense you are close to your goal. At the door of the hall, there is a sign that indicates the location of 3 chambers: the observatory, the library, and the temple. Well, they all could be useful. The library is probably the most useful. We're trying to locate this historical artifact. Let's go to the library. At the end of a cool grey marble corridor, you find yourself at the library door. The brown-robed men you saw earlier when you entered the courtyard have all vanished. The hall is now deserted and as quiet as the grave. The library too is empty, save for thousands of books that line the stone shelves. On the far side of the room there is another door, the only other exit from the library. Let's have a look at the books. The books are catalogued under headings that cover all manner of subjects. You search for those relating to the Lawstone of Veretta or any that detail the history of the Kai or the Sun Eagle's quest. You discover to your surprise that they have all been removed. Judging by the lack of dust on the empty shelves, they were taken away less than a day ago. After double-checking that you have not overlooked anything, you decide that there's little here to help you on your quest and leave the library. Could we not just ask the librarian? Alright. There was another room. I guess we can't go there now. Or if we leave the temple or the observatory, maybe we can go back to the library. Let's go to the temple then. As you approach the great doors of the temple, you hear the strident voice of a man preaching to a congregation. His words are echoed at intervals by a chorus of voices. You push against the great doors, but they will not open. They are locked. We knock? A deadly silence descends on the congregation as your knocking echoes around the temple. The key rattles in the lock. Slowly the doors open. 100 pairs of eyes stare at you suspiciously as you enter the sanctum, and a priest in golden robes strides towards you along the wide central aisle. His face is red with anger, and he demands to know the reason for your intrusion. When you reply that you have come in search of the law stone, a loud gasp of horror rises from the crowd. Suddenly the doors crash shut. As one, the congregation stands and unsheathe long curved daggers from beneath their dark brown robes. Murder and hatred glint in their eyes as they close in and hack you to pieces. Your life and your quest end here. What? What kind of temple is this? Oh my god. And this isn't just some remote temple in some weird place. This is the temple in a big city. What? They just murder anyone who knocks on their door? Well, we did mention the Law Stone, but... Oh, alright then. Another death. This book is racking up quite a few deaths. Just like the very first book did. Alright, I think I'll stop there for today. How long have I spent on that? 2 hours and a bit. Alright. Well, I'll re-roll my stuff. Oh my god. 0 combat skill, that's the worst. 2 endurance points. We've got bad combat. We're definitely not doing the archery tournament. So we'll have to stay with the guy. Like, do we even bother taking weapon mastery if in this instance? Do we just... I don't think so. We'll take... We can go for curing and animal control, I suppose, to get the circle of light. We've got to take curing always. We'll take curing. Animal control. And just one other one. Hunt mastery. That belongs to both these circles, so it could be useful. Okay, decent amount of gold. So the bow is useful even if you don't have skill in bow, because there's some events where you just having a bow helps out. So I'll take the bow and the quiver. And we should just take a weapon even though we have no weapon skill. So I'll take the sword. And then... that, and a rope. Never really used the rope, but alright. These are the ranks if we manage to survive. Primate, Tutelary, Principalin, Mentora, Scion Kai, Archmaster, Kai Grandmaster. Like, would we even be able to reach Grandmaster before the next... I don't know how it works. Alright, next time we start this again. This is a tough book. It has a bit of a narrow start. Like, not many options to you. Not many options available. Or at least there were other options, but I didn't really take them. So the bit where I shoot the guy with the bow, that seems to put me on a specific path. But you can't opt out of that if you have the bow. It's like you have to do it. It says if you have the bow, turn here. So if I didn't have the bow, we wouldn't shoot him, he wouldn't take revenge on us, blah blah blah. Then we'd be on a different path. Because everything that came... Because later on, when we met that guy again, he knew that we shot him. So basically, it took us on a specific path. Even talking to the magician and the tournament and all that stuff. All those pages assumed that we had shot that guy. So if we hadn't shot that guy, we'd be on a completely different path, it seems. Still, I want to take the bow. And, like, our quest is to get to Veretta, but there's this whole map, so I'm guessing you can end up... It's probably a big book. I'm guessing you can end up going all over the place, trying to locate the Lore Stone. And this is the world. Crazy, crazy huge world. This is not an official map. This is, I think, fan-made. They just basically pieced together all the little maps you get in all the books, like a jigsaw. Like, considering it took... To get from Holmgard to Hammerdal was basically a month there and back. Or, I don't know, a few weeks. Like, it'd probably take years to go to any of these places. We don't have the lifespan to visit all these places. Or maybe we do. Terra Dizaga. Yeah, this author was really, really into this world building. It's cool. And he's one of very few authors who was like gave the license to use all this material freely. It's the only reason I'm able to use this Java app, the JavaScript app, and a lot of authors of past game books have basically forgotten they ever made them. I assume people have tried to contact them to ask them if they're willing to release their materials, or like make a digital version of it so that it can be revived or something. But yeah, I'm really enjoying this, and maybe this is something I'll seek out more of these game books and stream more of them. Other series. It'll be difficult though, because this is really the only one which is really like has all this fan-made content for it. The others might just basically be PDFs at best, which I'll have to manage everything myself. But I mean, that can be done. I want to try and track down the one that I played as a kid, which was a sci-fi one. Okay. And let me have a look at what other things he had. So these are all in one long series. We're here, Kingdoms of Terror. And this continues... Is this part of the series? 10... 15, 20... Yeah, it is. So it continues all the way down to here. And then this is a separate series, and then these are standalone books. And then this is one series on its own, which is like a Mad Max type scenario. And then there's this one. English to Jack Wordless? Okay, so we can speak Jack if we need to. Wow, they've really thought of everything here. What else? We got the family tree. Oh, this is Lone Wolf. Lone Wolf's family tree. But where's Lone Wolf? Is here. So we have a brother and a sister. It's never mentioned any of his family. Why do we have this much detail in a family tree? And then we got the banners. Okay. What else? We've got flags. Wow. Summerland. Alright. Got this action chart pack. Oh. Different charts you can use. We got, what is this? Game Master for what's an article? What's a mini adventure within an article? Maps of Magnamon samples. That's the world grid. Ah. So this tells us which books cover... Alright, this is spoilers. Let's not look at that. Alright. So tomorrow I'll give this another try. Hopefully within 2 hours or so we can actually finish it. Move on. I'll make sure I save it. And it's a JSON, so like you can go into the JSON and change things if you want to start in a certain way. I did that this time because last book my gold was bugged, so I basically just had no gold the whole time, but I was definitely picking up gold. So this game I gave myself a 20 golds. Seemed about right. Not that it mattered, we died. Alright. Welcome back to Lone Wolf, The Kingdoms of Terror. We've had trouble with this book. It's pretty tough. We've died several times being shot by arrows on our horse because they thought we were a horse thief, and they're like, horse thief, kill him. Putting the horse at risk as well. They probably killed the horse too. So we're trying again. We've got, oh wow, we've got the worst possible combat skill right now. So, we've gone with curing, animal control, and hunt mastery, and all this stuff. Alright. So, we start again. So, we approach the north gate. How much money do we have? 15, not too bad. Alright, we'll pay the tax. We'll, eat the food. We do possess a bow. We have to choose this option if we possess the bow. So I'm thinking maybe I should try starting a game without a bow. That's the only way to get the other option. Alright, well, we've got the bow, we do that. Ask about that. He tells us about this. We're not going to enter the tournament because we're not going to win. Oh no, water could be useful to a warrior such as you. So if we go to collect the water, we get ambushed. And because our skill is so bad, we're gonna continue. Alright, we're at new territory. Let me just get my coffee. Okay, so beyond the Tornar Valley, the highway twists and climbs across wooded hillsides, often plunging into narrow valleys where bubbling, trout-laden streams wend their way southwards to the Qual. Butterflies gather in clouds above clumps of sweet-smelling flowers bordering the road, and the constant twitterings of bird song add a sense of tranquility to the beautiful countryside. It comforts me to know there is still one part of Lyris where war and death are unfamiliar visitors, says Cyrillus, puffing nonchalantly on a long-stemmed clay pipe. Alas, nowadays such peace is rare. The highway passes the ruins of a monastery, and then descends steeply towards some log huts clustered in a semicircle at the approach to a stone bridge. A tall gate, flanked by two mighty towers of stone, commands the access to the bridge. The Denka Gate, says Cyrillus. The toll is 3 gold crowns to cross the bridge, unless of course the gatekeeper is your brother. He gives a sly wink and smiles. This may take a while. I haven't seen my brother Esmond for over a month, and he is bound to want to hear all the latest gossip from Qualan before he lets us cross. Cyrillus points out 2 of the log huts where wooden signs carved in the shapes of an ale tankard and a loaf of bread hang above the doors. The best ale and bread in all of Lyris. Mention my name and you'll be treated like a king. Sure. Let's try the, I feel like every time we leave Cyrillus, he gets lost. Alright, we'll enter the bread hut. You leave your horse tied to a post beside the hut and approach the door. Cyrillus is announcing his arrival by rapping on the Denka gate with his staff and shouting to his brother to open up. You chuckle at his growing impatience as he hammers at the gate. If his brother is anything like Cyrillus, he is probably fast asleep. Inside the hut, you are greeted by the mouth-watering smell of freshly baked bread. Pyramids of loaves are stacked high in hampers and trays of pies, flans, cakes, and biscuits over the counter. There is nobody here, but an open door reveals another room at the back of the hut. Ooh, we're not going to steal the bread. Call for service. There is no reply. You walk around the counter and peer into the back room, but this is also deserted. Your suspicion is roused when you notice that the oven door and the back door to the hut are both wide open. A rocking chair is lying on its side, and there is other evidence of a recent struggle. You're about to search the room when you hear a faint cry for help. It is Cyrillus. He is in trouble. You race out of the hut. Oh, not again. We can't leave his side for even a moment. Oh my god. You race out of the hut to see your traveling companion struggling with 6 armored horsemen. They have him surrounded and his attempts at resistance are futile. A blow from a mace knocks him unconscious and he limply falls across the neck of his horse. A moment later, all but one of the riders gallop across the bridge with their captive in tow. The remaining horseman, a warrior swathed from head to toe in black and gold armor, raises a crossbow and takes aim as you run towards your horse. As you hear the click of the crossbow trigger, you throw yourself to the ground to avoid the deadly missile. The bolt grazes your scalp and embeds itself in the side of the log hut. A moment later, you are back on your feet. The warrior discards his empty weapon and reins his horse about in order to follow the others across the bridge. We do have a bow. The warrior gallops off, his cloak billowing from his shoulders like huge black wings as his horse speeds across the bridge. You draw an arrow to your lips and take careful aim. You have no second chance. The arrow is on target, but it does not penetrate the thick metal plates of armor that protect the warrior's back. You watch with dismay as it glances away and disappears over the parapet of the bridge. Without further delay, you shoulder your bow and mount your horse in order to pursue the kidnappers before they vanish from sight. Oh, we've been here before, haven't we? So we track them down. Thing is, if we do actually track them down, we have to fight them. And I'll lose. I'll follow the highway. Go back to the village. What? I chose go back to the village and I die. What? A hail of arrows engulfs you. Pain explodes through your chest, neck, and shoulder. You are mortally wounded, and although you fight with grim determination to hang on to life, it is a struggle you cannot win. Weak from shock and loss of blood, you fall from the saddle and die on the highway to Veretta. They were there? Bollocks. Hello, DJ. I was tracking down this horseman, then I decided to go back to the village, and then they just shot me and die. Okay. Let's hope I actually get some combat skill this time. Right, average. Yeah, okay, so we'll take weapon mastery, curing. Let's try something different. Invisibility, Hunt Mastery, and Pathmanship. We could take those three. No, we always want curing. Weapon Mastery, curing. We'll take Hunt Mastery. Alright, this time I'm not going to take a bow. Because it seems like we go down a whole different path if we don't have a bow. And hopefully we find a bow later on. So I'll take a... Oh, get some money. Okay, good money. We can afford a bunch of things. I'll take a quiver, but not the bow. Take a sword. Waistcoat. Rope. Tinderbox or potion. I'll take the tinderbox. Right. Alright, start again. Alright. So, go to the North Gate. Pay the gold. We take a seat, order some food. Now this time we don't have a bow. Oh fuck. So we have to fight him in melee. Do I not have the option to just not fight him? You prepare yourself for combat and leap to the defense of the helpless old man, just in time to turn aside the lordling's sword. Curse you, scum, he cries. I am Rock, highborn of Amory. How dare you interfere with my sport? He feints withdrawal, but you are not taken in by his street brawl tactics. As his sword cuts the air in a vicious backhanded slash, you are ready to parry the blow. Oh, we got -6. The tavern crowd cheer in anticipation of a good fight. If you reduce... Okay, it's probably not a fight to the death. We just need to bring him to 11 without dying. Uh-oh. Oh! Fiddlesticks. Nice! Trembling with pain and fury, the wounded lordling staggers back towards the door. I shall have your life for this, mark my words, he cries. Okay, so no matter what, you piss him off and he comes back for revenge later. You don't have it really... There's no branch here. Okay, got it. The mocking cheers of the crowd echo in his wake as he turns and disappears into the night. Well, we ask him about Loretta, tell him about our quest. Alright, do we enter the tournament? Well, I don't think we're that good. No. Don't bother entering the tournament. Alright, if we collect Tana water, we get ambushed. Wait. Don't leave Cyrillus aside. Every time we leave Cyrillus aside, he gets kidnapped. But stay with Cyrillus. Don't even go for bread. Stay with Cyrillus. Alright. Esmond, you old rascal, show yourself. It's Cyrillus, your brother. I have someone with me I want you to meet. Cries the wizard as he raps on the gate with his oaken staff. There is no reply. He smiles and shrugs his bony shoulders before shouting, "Wake up, you old fool. I know you're in there," but still there is no reply. A bolt is slammed back and the great gate slowly opens. At last, Esmond, did we wake you from your... Cyrillus chokes in mid-sentence, his eyes wide with shock. Inside the gate sits a warrior on a warhorse, wreathed in armor of black and gold. A crossbow rests across his forearm. It is pointed at you. Without warning, he pulls the trigger, and the bolt hisses towards your chest. Seriously? Alright, Hunt Mastery. Your Magna Kai skill makes you particularly alert to the deadly missile screaming towards your chest. Suddenly, everything seems to be happening in slow motion. You pull away from the bolt just in time, and the quarrel merely grazes your shoulder. You see your attacker hurl the crossbow to the ground. From within the closed helmet of a black steel, a voice shouts out, "Die, Northlander!" So this is not the noble that we embarrassed? Oh god, we are on really low health. Well, we don't have any choice here, we have to fight. Am I equipping the correct... yeah. Oh boy, we're gonna lose. Oh! Oh! Double crit! Well, that's... turned the tide. We're dead. We had a chance there. This is a combat heavy book. We need to start with good combat, really. Oh man. Okay, good combat. Alright, we'll go all in on combat this time. Weapon mastery. We'll take the bow. Axe and sword. I'm gonna take Hunt mastery. We'll get the bonus +1, and I'll take... oh, gotta take curing. We can't not take curing. Yeah, okay, those three. Alright, we'll take the bow, quiver, sword. Coat. Rope. Alright, that's enough. We don't have much money. Okay. Again. This time we got pretty strong skill. Could even win the archery tournament, but then we lose the magician. But we lose him no matter what. No, I mean, he was with us right till we fought that armored guy. Maybe I just need to beat that armored guy this time. Yeah, let's try that. Alright, so. Approach North Gate. Pay the gold. Order some food. Shoot him in the arm. Ask about the Lordstone. Blah blah blah. Five gold crowns left. We don't enter the tournament. Continue to Beretta. We stay with him and approach the gate. Alright, now we fight, and we've got decent odds this time. Ooh, we're getting hit quite a bit, though. There we go. As the warrior crashes to the ground, you see your traveling companion embroiled in a struggle with 5 armored horsemen. Oh, so it is the noble. They have him surrounded and his attempts to free himself are short-lived and futile. A blow from a mace ends all resistance and he falls limply across the neck of his horse. A moment later, the riders gallop away across the bridge with their unconscious captive in tow. Search the body of our dead enemy. We got the Silver Brooch. You prise open the visor of the dead warrior's helmet, half expecting to see the rough features of a bandit or highwayman. It comes as a shock to find the cold and empty eyes of a dead woman staring back at you. The shape of her body was concealed by the thick plates of armor, and a clutch of Magras reeds in the mouthpiece of her visor had effectively disguised her voice. You find few clues to identify her. Axe, pouch containing 11 gold crowns, dagger, silver brooch are all she carries. You can take the dagger, but not the axe? There's something vaguely familiar about her face, but you cannot remember why. Suddenly your thoughts return to the plight of your companion. Your life is in danger. You mount your horse without further delay and gallop across the Denka Bridge in pursuit. So... But... we can't take a weapon anyway, but why isn't it offering the axe? Alright. So then we end up here. Continue along the highway. Alright, if we ride back to the village, we just die. Let's hide in the trees. There's only a matter of minutes before the riders appear. They ride in a single file with the unconscious wizard in tow behind the last man's horse. Alright, let's use the bow here. Or, no, let's try this option. Attack the last rider. With bated breath, you wait for the enemy to pass. As the last man rides into view, you break cover and attack him with deadly efficiency. He tries to raise a shield to block your blow, but cannot react in time to save his life. As he tumbles to the ground, you cut the reins from his saddle and take off along the highway with the unconscious wizard in tow. Oh, and then we face him. Okay, we do have a silver brooch. What happens here? The memory of the dead woman's face flashes into your mind as you stare into Rourke's eyes, glitteringly black beneath his wide-brimmed hat. The resemblance is so striking, the same aquiline nose and sallow flesh, that they must be related. Suddenly, the riders appear and spread out in a semicircle to surround you. A voice shouts, "Arla is dead! The Northlander killed her!" The lordling's face is transformed into a mask of trembling hatred. Madness flashes in his eyes as he rips open the front of his tunic and tears an amulet from a black chain around his throat. "Come, come, Tagazin, I summoned thee! From the pit of eternal pain, I summoned thee!" So then this happens. This is an easy fight. So killing his, like, sister or mother or whatever, probably his sister, doesn't really change the fact that we fight this. Are we... Okay, we're good. We'll win this. We did take a lot. Alright. Brass Street. So he tells us to go to Brass Street, find Gwinion the Sage. Alright. Oh, the Conjurer with the two kids. Should we do this again? This time we know the answer. We'll bet. Bet everything. How much have we got? 16? They both lied, didn't they? And we got 32. Nice. Doubled our money. Alright. Stay in the lodging. And then we end up in the city of no, this is not, we're not in Veretta yet. We're just on our way to Veretta. Recognize the orange berries. Yeah, let's buy them. They're 3 each, but they're worth it. They raise your skill by 2 points. I'll buy all 3. Alright, then what? So now we're in Beretta. We don't need the music on. So last time we went to Flute Street and we encountered that strange taxidermist who tried to drug us. We go... try going north. You pass many soldiers of different races and nationalities, lolling in open doorways or squatting against the red brick walls. They are mercenaries drawn to Beretta by the news of war in the north. They come in search of employment for the chance to sell their skills to any buyer, indifferent to the justness of his cause. Beneath a black iron lantern, you notice a group of men throwing dice against the side of a wall. We'll ask them the way to Brass Street. At first, they pretend not to have noticed you, but eventually a stubbly-faced soldier deigns to answer. "Let the dice decide," he says, face red and glowing in the light of the lantern. He raises his hand, spits on his palm, and throws the bone dice against the wall. What? "Ah, you're in luck, stranger. The dice favor you tonight." The man staggers drunkenly to his feet and points to an alley in the middle distance where a doorway is just visible in the shadows. "The city criers live there. They'll tell you the way to Brass Street." Well, just tell me where Brass Street is. Well, he doesn't know, I guess. Beyond the doorway, a flight of narrow stone steps leads to a small room. Books line 2 of the walls from floor to ceiling, and another wall is filled with racks of scrolls, handbells, and parchments bound round with ribbons of green silk. Then, in the remaining wall, a door opens, and a tiny creature with unblinking crimson eyes bids you welcome. Instantly, you recognize the stunted features of a Clune. "Good evening, sir," it says in a strong voice that belies its small, squat body. "Welcome to our guild house. How may we be of service?" I want to know where Brass Street is. "Certainly, sir. We of the Guild of City Criers are only too pleased to be of service," says the Clune, waddling over to the bookshelves. He scampers to the top and removes a slim map from beneath a stack of papers before scuttling back down and depositing at your feet. "That will be 5 gold crowns, sir," he says in a firm but polite tone. 5 is pretty steep. Alright, whatever. I'll buy it. Alright, so we've reached this point before. We have the map. This woman is a con artist, and she's pricking her baby with a pin to make it cry so that she gets money. Ignore her. You arrive at a tavern, but one that looks like a huge banqueting hall. More like a huge banqueting hall than a city alehouse. The Inn of Crossed Swords is the largest and noisiest tavern you have ever seen. A constant flow of soldiers pour in and out of its cathedral-like doors, and the adjoining stable is large enough to house the horses of an entire army. You your horse and enter the tavern just in time to witness a spectacular event. The middle of the hall has been cleared to allow a horse and rider to gallop the full length of the building, and bets are being laid on the rider's skill at skewering fruit on the point of his lance. It reminds you of part of the training taught to Kai lords in preparation for battle, but unlike the Kai horse trials, there is more than just skill and the honor of the rider at stake here. In a line along the length of the hall kneel 10 soldiers from the same regiment as the rider, men accused of cowardice in battle. Fruits the rider must skewer are resting on their heads. If he makes the slightest mistake, the men will lose their lives, and more importantly to the mercenaries, all the money the regiment has wagered on the skill of the rider. Should we bet on this? Go on then. A huge, fat-bellied mercenary is standing on a wooden box near the door, taking bets from the crowd of gold-hungry soldiers, while his assistants are busy drumming up business in the hall for their master. One of the grimy-faced boys approaches and asks you for your stake. So you can bet max 10. Then you pick a random number. And then you pick another number and add 3 to it. If the first number is higher than the second total, you win. Well, so there's a less than 50% chance of that happening. Multiply your stake money by 2 to determine how much you have won, so you win double. Oh, I need to do some mental arithmetic here. If the first number was higher than the second total, you win the bet. I'm just hoping that the rider successfully skewers all the fruits, so I'm just going to bet the minimum. Because we'll lose it. But just hoping the guy doesn't get skewered in the face. Okay. Oh, it doesn't matter. Like, they can get skewered, they might not. It's just a game. You don't... There's no... You just... It's all about how much money you earn. Alright. Alright, let's think. Alright, we'll just bet 1 gold. I want to see... Alright, we lose the 1 gold. Bet again. I'll bet a bit more this time. Maybe we'll win. Nope, we lose. How much have we got left? 12. Alright, I'll bet 1. We lost. I mean, it's rigged against you. It's not... I don't think this is actually worth playing. Your betting has attracted some unwanted attention. 2 shifty-eyed mercenaries have been watching you with more than casual interest since your arrival at the Inn of the Crossed Swords. And as the event ends and the crowds disperse, you suddenly feel the sharp point of a dagger piercing the back of your tunic. Your purse or your life, whispers one of the men, his foul breath filling your nostrils. Make your choice. We do have Pump Mastery. I mean, you're not... If it says this, you're not supposed to pick these options. It's like you have to pick this, don't you? You silence the robber's whispered threats, slamming your clenched fist into his throat and at the same time grabbing hold of his tunic and with your other hand. Is this really a hunt mastery thing? Oh, it did say hunt mastery makes you good at resisting ambushes or getting surprised. That makes sense. He tries to scream, but his larynx has been crushed by your blow. He gurgles pitifully as you twist him around to shield himself as his accomplice lunges with his dagger. It sinks deeply into the robber's heart as he slumps to his knees. You draw your own weapon and attack his startled killer. Due to the surprise of the attack, you may add 2 to your combat skill for the first round of combat. Alright, we've got this. Ooh, but we did get hit. Alright. Your speedy dispatch of the robbers has earned you 5 gold crowns, which you find in the pockets of the dead men, and the respectful glances of several mercenary captains. One in particular is so impressed by your fighting prowess that he approaches you and offers to buy you a drink. You sense that it is an honest gesture of friendship without any hidden threat and gratefully accept his offer. Alright, then all this happens. We've been here before. He offers us to work as a mercenary for them, but we refuse because we have to. We have business. We have the map. We can treat ourselves to the bath. Go on then. Stay in the room with the bath. Probably wasn't worth the money. The room is a disappointment. For 5 gold crowns, you are expecting some degree of luxury, but the small and shabby accommodation you find leaves much to be desired. Steam rising from an open-topped barrel in a corner of the room clouds the air. Oh, that's what they mean by a bath. At first, you think it must be some form of heating, until you discover it is full of soapy water and realize that this is, in fact, your hot bath. I mean, that's not bad. The meager luxuries of Veretta do not come cheaply. You bathe before settling down to a good night's rest. In the middle of the night, alright, and then this all happens as before. Then we end up here. Alright. Alright, do not go to the temple. Because they just kill us. Let's go to the library. And there was another door. Let's check the other door. Alright. The door clicks shut behind you. It takes a few seconds for your eyes to grow accustomed to the dimly lit interior, but the room appears to be the antechamber of a larger hall. Following the faint sound of voices, you pass through an archway, along a corridor, and into the main hall. Gathered about a circular table of gleaming steel, a group of elderly men are poring over books, star charts, and astromaps engrossed in discussion. Globes of blue-white fire hang motionless in the air above them to illuminate their work. The old men do not see you until you are close to their table. Their reaction to your sudden appearance is astonishing. They look as though they have seen a ghost. There are yelps of shock and startled expressions, sweat forms on their brows. The sight is too much for one old man, who swoons and faints. What? What's shocking them so much? Falling limply across his books and maps. Only one man remains calm and collected. What's the problem? Right, we've never... Well, if you die, then this is... redundant anyway. We don't have to remember. Calm yourselves, my brothers. It is he. It is the Kai Lord. Slowly, as the startled old men regain their composure, their shocked expressions change to ones of awe and reverence. I am Gwinion, says their leader. We have been expecting your arrival. He points to the charts that cover the table and to a massive telescope that is fixed to a platform in the domed ceiling. Wait, are we in the observatory now? The stars divine the shape of things to come. They are our advisors. We know of your quest for the Lawstone. We know that it is the true quest, and we pledge our help. But there are many of our brethren who fear its power. They choose to ignore the wisdom of the stars, and they have pledged themselves to a foolish and dangerous vow to keep hidden the location of the Lawstone, and to kill all who seek it, for fear they would use it for their own ends. Suddenly, his words are cut short by the beating of fists against the observatory door. Your horse has been discovered. Give him to us, shouts a chorus of angry voices. How do they know from the horse that it's the Kai Lord? Quickly, we must leave, says Gwinian, and he ushers you into a smaller room. A hidden catch is pulled, and a secret panel opens to reveal a passage. As you follow the sage and his companions into the darkness, you hear the door to the observatory splinter and break. The passage leads to a vaulted cellar, as cold and as silent as a tomb. Gwinian talks with his brothers, who then hurry off towards a distant portal. As they disappear into the dark, he returns to your side, his face somber but composed. The Lawstone of Veretta is hidden in the crypt of the Cathedral of Takaro. This key will unlock the tomb in which it lies. He produces a small silver key from his sleeve and gives it to you. My brothers will provide a swift horse for your journey. When the observatory clock strikes midnight, enter the portal and follow the passage to the end. It passes beneath the city wall, and your horse will be waiting where the passage comes to the surface. You are welcome to take any items you require from this cellar that may be of use to your quest. You on your quest. May the gods protect you, Lone Wolf. You nod your thanks and watch as Gwinian disappears into the portal. The cellar is well stocked with provisions, and you find the following items. Alright. Sure, take the whistle. And rope, I suppose. We've already got rope. Take another. Alright. When the observatory clock strikes 12, you are poised and ready to enter the portal. You follow a dry stone passageway until you arrive at an iron door. It opens with a grating squeal and a gust of damp, earthy air mixed with a strange sweetness billows out. Before you, a narrow stone stairway twists away into the darkness. You are forced to tread carefully on the green and slippery steps. At the bottom of the stairs, a rough-hewn tunnel disappears to the west. You press on and eventually arrive at another iron door. Gwinian has kept his word, for beyond the door awaits a fine liver chestnut mare, saddled and ready to ride. You are in a small copse close to a highway junction. In the light of the moon, you can see a signpost that includes two destinations, Amory and Soren. So where are we trying to get to exactly? So we are now at Veretta. We can go to Soren, we can go to Amory. Ultimately, we want to get to Takaro. So it makes more sense to go to Amory. You ride all night without sleep, with only the moon to light your way and the howling wind as your companion. As the first light of dawn creeps over the horizon, you see a small village less than a mile ahead. A dog barks gruffly at you as you ride into the refuse-strewn streets, and you are forced to drive it away with the toe of your boot as it snaps persistently at your horse's hind legs. On the far side of the village, where the highway enters a line of scattered hills, a fortified manor house stands guard. A large sign, faded by wind and rain, proclaims a curious message. Amory Cess, 3 gold crowns. Sure, should we acquire? We've got some money. Spurring your horse up the steep path to the manor house, you pass beneath its turreted gate and halt at a small outhouse whose walls are embellished with intricate ironwork. The top half of a stable door swings open and a spiky-haired youth leers at you. "Be wanting for a cess for Amory?" he offers offhandedly. 3 gold crowns. He holds a square of blue card in one hand and presents an open palm with the other. Let me ask him what it is. "It's the tax you gotta pay to enter Amory," he answers, irritated by your ignorance of local customs. "This is Lyris, and Amory is in Salony," he explains, emphasizing every word as if you were deaf or dull-witted. You will need a cess to enter Amory. Whatever, we'll just comply. We got cess. Why is it called cess? Alright. The youth snatches your gold, flicks the square of blue card at you, and slams shut the outhouse door. It is stamped with today's date and will allow you to access the town of Amory on this day only. By noon, the hills lie far behind, and you catch your first sight of the snow-capped Seneos. To the south, nestling at the foot of this mountain range, is Amory. You are tired after your ride, but you know you must press on if you are to reach the town by nightfall. You reach a junction where a stone signpost indicates two directions, northwest to Sauron and south to Amory. Sure, we'll carry on to Amory. An hour after sunset, you arrive at the gates of Amory. Beneath the deepening shadow of its watchful guard tower, you fight back your fatigue and watch as the gate creaks open. A soldier wearing a hauberk of black and gold chainmail strides forward and demands to see a cess. Here you go. The guard snatches the square of blue card from between your fingers, then walks over to a sputtering wall torch, which he removes from its bracket. Holding the torch high, he returns and examines first the card and then your face. Enter, he snarls, crumpling the card in his hairy fist. You flick your heel and urge your tired horse through the town gate. What? Oh no. Suddenly, all hell breaks loose. Alarm bells ring, gruff voices bellow and scream, and the crunching of boots on stone echoes around the town. A troop of soldiers surround you, their faces twisted and unnatural in the glare of their flaming torches. Your senses have been dulled by fatigue, and you are dragged from the saddle and disarmed before you've had a chance to react. Cold iron chains are wound tightly around your arms and body, and you are roughly pushed into a grey stone jail. A wave of terror engulfs you as you catch a fleeting glimpse of a poster pasted to the jail door. You see your own face before you. Beneath it, it is written, Death Sentence, by order of Lord Rourke, Highborn of Amory. Within the hour, your head is resting upon the executioner's block. As the razor-sharp blade of a two-handed axe whistles towards your neck, the last sound you hear is the malicious and vengeful laugh of the young lordling. So, don't go to Amory. What the fuck? We just go to Amory and then we're killed. We should go to Sauron then. It's ridiculous. Okay. Is there a way we could just avoid the tavern altogether? The one that we, Alright, let's just start a fresh game. Kingdoms of Terror. Alright. Oh my god, bad combat again. Right, we're probably not gonna fight. Let's choose animal control and curing. And maybe divination. Alright, we'll take bow and quiver, because it doesn't often your skill doesn't matter with that. And a sword, because even though we don't have weapon skill, you need a weapon at least. Take the waistcoat, rope. Okay, that's enough. Get some money. Not much. Alright. So again, we go to the North Gate. Pay the money. We do have divination. We'll talk to the men. Us to join them, maybe. We have all the company we need, sneers a shiny-faced warrior, his cheeks pockmarked by disease. State your business or be gone, lest our swords grow restless. When they realize who you are, their suspicion vanishes to be replaced by respect. Your reputation, it seems, has spread far beyond the borders of your northern home. Eagerly, the three men offer you a seat and call for a fresh round of ales at their expense. They are clearly honored by your company and keen to press you about your exploits. You try to answer their barrage of questions with polite caution, taking care not to reveal the precise nature of your quest. However, despite their surly features and rough manner, you sense that these men are genuinely friendly. Then they tell us about this. Right, let's not meet Cyrillus this time. Well, let's try not to. They said Brass Street. So we know where to go. Well, we don't have a meal, so we have to order food. Fine. And then this happens. We do that. We do this. Alright, let's not talk to Cyrillus this time, because we already know we have to go to Brass Street. Oh, he joins us anyway. Fine, whatever. So he comes with us, and then we have this tournament we're not going to enter. We have no money left. We have no combat skill. Alright, we'll continue to Veretta. Oh man, we're going to end up fighting either way, aren't we? Torna water. So up there we end up fighting some creature. We will do that. So if we approach the gate, we have to fight that armored foe. Just enter the ale hut, why not? Having hitched your horse to a rail, you climb the crooked steps leading to the door of the ale hut. Cyrillus is announcing his arrival by rapping on the Denker gate with his staff and shouting for his brother to open up. You smile at his growing impatience as he hammers at the gate. Blah blah blah. Inside, the hut looks deserted, but as you approach the bar, you find a man slouched on a low stool, half asleep with a tankard in his hand. Taking hold of the man's shoulder, you shake him to try to wake him from his drunken slumber, but he keels over and slumps to the floor. The back of his shirt is covered with a huge bloodstain spreading from the handle of a dagger that is buried deep in his spine. As you recall in horror, you hear a faint cry for help. It is Cyrillus. He is in trouble. Did this rock just slaughter all the people in this little town just so he could ambush us? What the fuck? And then this happens. We do have a bow. Blah, blah, blah. And then we have to do all this. Alright. We could follow them, but no, we'll have to fight them. If we do either of those, Cyrillus basically dies. See if there's any way to actually keep him alive. We'll follow them. They have covered only a few hundred yards when the last rider turns to check on Cyrillus, who is beginning to slip from his saddle. You pull off the highway to try to hide, but you are seen entering the trees and a shout rings out. He's there. The rumble of hooves warns you that the riders are returning. And they're forcing us to fight. Alright. And then this all happens again. And then we take the wizard. But then we have this to deal with. Oh my god. We're gonna die here. We need combat skill. Yep, we're dead. That's ridiculous. Also, this button's bugged. Oh, we died. We will always die. Why is this button not working? Alright, we'll have to restart from scratch. Yeah, we died. This one's ridiculous. Please give me some combat skill this time. Five, that's enough. Alright, we'll take these again, and we'll take curing. And hunt mastery. Yeah. No weapon. Oh, okay. Take bow, quiver, sword. Money, not much. Northgate. We try and ride past the guard. Tollbreaker, tollbreaker. The startled guard dives aside as you spur your horse straight for him. You find that the gatehouse arch opens onto a cobblestone square, but the only exit is blocked by the wagon and merchant caravan. A dozen guards dressed in the green and black tunics of the town watch are checking their cargoes. As you burst from the shadows of the gatehouse arch, they see you and cry in unison, "Tollbreaker, tollbreaker!" This book has been like half of the total deaths. Yes, this is pretty ridiculous. We're not fighting the town watch. We will lose. We'll try to escape. The shouts of the town guard sergeant ring in your ears as you urge your horse towards the wagon. You pray that your mount has strength enough to clear the obstacle, for you are now committed to jumping it. You cannot turn back. We don't have animal control. Valiantly, your horse attempts to clear the high-sided wagon, but the long day's ride has taken its toll. Suddenly, you are thrown forward in the saddle as its forelegs crash against the wagon's rail. You cling desperately to the reins as your terrified horse scatters the cargo and then lands with a tremendous crash on the cobblestone street. You manage to regain control and spur her along the winding street that leads away from the square. Only when the curses of the town guard can no longer be heard do you rein in your terrified and exhausted mare and take stock of her injuries. The forelegs are bruised, but the skin is not broken. So we have a horse. Why did we have to, like, steal or buy a horse to chase down, Oh no. We did have a horse, but it was stolen, wasn't it? They took our horse. That's why we couldn't use the horse to chase him down. As you remount, you discover to your dismay that the flap of your backpack is unbuckled. We have to drop 2 items. We've only got a rope to drop. Did we forget it at the inn? No, so when you go to the archery tournament, you leave your horse with Cyrillus and his horse. I think the armored horsemen just take him and the horse. I'm not sure. I can't remember what happens exactly. I think the game's all bugged a bit. Maybe we need to just... Let's make a save here. And close the tab. Open it again. Well, I don't know if this is still going to be bugged. Okay. Drop the rope. And then we end up at the tavern. So basically we just lost our rope instead of the money. And then this happens. And no matter what, he joins us, so we will just do that. If we try to say goodnight, he'll be like, oh, you're looking for Veretta. Sure. Alright, archery tournament. Not happening. If we take the glass jar and collect Tana water, we end up fighting. I mean, we're not too bad for combat. We could actually do that. Cyrillus gets kidnapped no matter what we do. So this thing attacks us. We have a bow. We can aim at its eyes this time, maybe. Ooh, got the highest roll. A deafening roar of rage and pain fills your ears. The monster staggers back, its face transformed into a bloody scarlet mask as the arrow pierces its eye. So why are we trying to save this old man? Because he knows where to go in Veretta. He knows that we need to go to Broad Street, but he doesn't tell us unless it's his dying words. The thing is, we can also learn about Broad Street from the other people in the bar, in the tavern. But it seems no matter what, we always end up with Cyrillus, so we don't really care about saving him. We just want to get to Brass Street. If he dies, he tells us about Brass Street, so it doesn't seem to be a way to really keep him alive. Alright, we get the Tama water. That wasn't really worth... That's not a big deal. We can search the rest of the chapel. Right. The creature shudders and its arms jerk, clawing at the air. As it dies, its body twitches with a few final convulsions. You stare down at the hideous carcass, but quickly pull away when you notice that its fur is alive with crawling parasites. They know instinctively that their old host is dead, and they are abandoning the body in search of a new one. You hurry over to the altar, where you fill your glass with Tana water. You may drink the water now, blah blah blah. Alright. Let's search the chapel. The chapel has lain derelict for many years, exposed to the elements. Very little has survived. In one corner, you discover a gaping hole that opens onto another room below. Its floor is covered with large, shiny black puddles, and the overpowering stench of mold and decay is carried upwards by a howling draft. A rat sits on the remains of a corpse, staring up at you in surprise. The dull green light of the chapel reflecting in its peppercorn eyes. As you become accustomed to the gloom, you realize that this room is, in fact, full of corpses, the unfortunate victims of the Yorshaf. Then your gaze is drawn to a gleaming bronze warhammer that lies across the chest of a corpse. Everything below is covered in mold except for this weapon, which still shines as if it were brand new. We threw away our rope. Maybe next time we should take Warhammer skill and the rope and come here. And we'll get a fancy Warhammer. And now Cyrillus has been taken, and then no matter, we go here, we ignore her and go up the track. We can take the torch, but it doesn't really matter. Alright. And now we can either fight them or just recapture Cyrillus. What happened if we followed them? If we follow them, they see us following them and then we end up fighting anyway. Alright, we'll recapture Cyrillus. And then we end... Okay, generally we always end up at this point. We have to fight this undead summonation, which is not too hard. Although we do lose health every turn. And then he tells us about Brass Street. And then we... Oh, the Conjurer. We can bet on the boy and the girl. Let's just do that. Bet everything. 8 gold crowns. We have enough money, so we can choose not to. Oh, okay, we'll pay. Oh yeah, get the berries. How much have we got? 13. It's worth buying them all. And then we are here. So we tried going to Flute Street before, we tried going to Helen Way. Let's try Coach Course. Ignore her. Then we end up here. We don't want to stake money on this game because it's actually favorable. Although, if we do, then we end up fighting the thief, which gets us 5 gold from killing them. But we spend 3 gold on the game. But we might win the game, so it works out. Let's do it. We'll just bet 1 each time because we'll probably lose, but if we happen to win, we'll get some extra gold. We actually won that one. Alright. And then they fight us, but we should win. Yep. And then... Oh, we don't have the map. Your thoughts return to your quest and to Cyrillus' dying words. The man he was taking you to meet lives in Brass Street, but in a city the size of Areta, it could take you days to find the right street. You decide to try to find out where it is from someone in the tavern or look around the massive hall in search of a likely source of information. Ask the tavern keeper. You find the tavern keeper breaking up a fight between two drunken soldiers. His solution to their argument is short and sweet. Grabbing the two men by their necks, he slams their heads together with such force that the crack echoes above the deafening clamor of the hall. Brow Street, he replies, his face lined in thought. Yes, I know it well. Here, I'll show you. The big man produces a greasy piece of paper from his pocket on which he scrawls the directions to Brow Street. You see that it is located on the far side of the city, close to the west wall. You accept the paper, and the tavern keeper accepts your thanks before returning to the crowd to sort out another scuffle in his own inimitable way. It seems like it doesn't matter what room we stay in. Let's stay in the dormitory. See, it doesn't matter. Oh, you lose one backpack item. Fine. We'll lose the torch because we don't even have a tinderbox, so... Alright, so last time... Alright, so we do want to meet these people, so... They tell us that we have to head to... Tekaro, the cathedral in Tekaro, and they said the Lawstone is locked away in there, and they give us the key. So this is a good... This is good. We'll take... We'll take the meals, I suppose. Alright, we do not want to go to Amory, because Amory is just instant death. We'll go to Soren then. The night passes without sleep. The howling wind of the Veretian plain is your only companion as you ride the long, straight, moonlit highway to Soren. When dawn finally breaks, you find yourself on the outskirts of a small and undistinguished hamlet of half-timbered buildings whose only unusual feature is a bronze statue of a roguish-looking young man that stands in front of the blacksmith's shop. Sure, let's have a look. The weather-worn plaque bolted to the base of the statue says that this is a true likeness of Einar Djup, who led a band of robbers that preyed on travelers, especially merchants. His many crimes, including murder, did not prevent him from becoming popular, for he was resourceful and daring and never plundered the inhabitants of his hamlet, where he himself was born. His exploits and those of a score of his gang were ended by the executioner's axe after trial at Amory. There is a slit in the belly of the statue through which gold crowns can be dropped. The plaque goes on to say that anyone who pays homage to the statue of Einar Djup will be protected by his spirit from robbers and highwaymen. Are we... It doesn't even ask us to record how many... Well... At some point, we might get asked, have you donated to this before? We'll just give one. Shortly before noon, you pass through a deserted village. The burnt-out ruins of cottages and farmsteads dot the landscape like charred skeletons, the unmistakable signs of war. A mile or two farther along the highway, you come across a church. A man, his clothes ragged and covered with mud, is moving amongst the gravestones, staggering like a wounded carrion crow. As you reach the church gate, he sees you and cries out pitifully for help. You notice that the man's clothes and hair are streaked with blood. Your initial instinct is to use your Magna Chi skill to heal his wounds, but as he reaches the church gate, you suddenly realize that he is not wounded at all. The red stains are berry juice, his injuries are fake. Challenge him. Suddenly, a dozen grim-faced robbers spring up from behind the churchyard wall. The wounded man straightens himself and unsheathes a rusty scimitar, an evil cackle issuing from his black-toothed mouth. The robbers vault the stone wall and run at you, brandishing their tarnished weapons above their heads. Maybe we should win. You wipe your weapon on the cloak of a dead grave robber and turn him over with the toe of your boot. Several graves bear the signs of the grave robber's labor. The freshly dug soil is heaped high, and coffin lids lie shattered and discarded everywhere. The weapons these men used are old and pitted with rust and obviously acquired, like the rest of their booty, from graves and tombs. A search of the bodies reveals 27 gold crowns, a bottle of wine, and a mirror. Sure. We full. Okay, let's throw away the meals. You are tired after your long night's ride, but you know you must press on if you are to reach the town of Soren by nightfall. You come to a shallow stream which crosses the highway, and here you stop briefly at a ford to wash and rest. You must also now eat a meal, blah blah blah. Alright. Soren, 25 miles. Night has fallen by the time you reach the river town of Soren, and the sky is clear and full of stars that sparkle with icy splendor. You ride the main street towards the quay where a score of river ships lie docked at the town. Their signal lamps, shimmering red and green from the mast tops, reflect upon the cold, dark waters of the River Storm. A board standing beside the gangplank to a large transport caravel catches your eye. On it are chalked the prices of passage to 3 destinations. A 4th destination, Takaro, has been crossed out and scribbled beside it. It is cancelled due to war. Alright, we have to get to Takaro. So Luyan, Rem, and Ula. Well, Ula is closest. So we should go straight for Ula if we can. A jovial man with long strands of hair hanging down from the point of his chin lies in a hammock suspended at the end of the gangplank. One eye pops open as you walk onto the deck, and as quick as a flash, he jumps down and produces a fistful of tickets from his breast pocket. "Welcome aboard the Kazunara," he says excitedly. "The best riverboat that ever sailed the Storm." "We leave at midnight, sir, so it so's you best be aboarding your horse in the hold without delay." We'll go to Ula. Hold of the riverboat is full of horses, not the slow cart horses favored by merchants, but strong and sturdy mounts that carry many scars of battle upon their muscular flanks. You unsaddle your mare, load her manger with feed, then make your way back on deck. As you emerge from the hold, a voice calls out to you as you raise your weary eyes. It is the captain, the mercenary leader you ran across at the Inn of the Crossed Swords. "Well met, my friend," he cries, and slaps you enthusiastically on the shoulder. "So you changed your mind. You have come to join my band of fearless fighters." Before you have a chance to answer, the captain and his men, who are all considerably the worse for drink, stumble past on a quest of the utmost importance, the search for the wine store. You are far too tired and weary to follow. The thought of your cabin bed and a good night's sleep is all that interests you. With your horse stabled safely in the hold of the Kazunara, all that remains for you is to find your cabin. This proves to be a tiny room at the bow, but at least it has a comfortable bunk, and you fall asleep as soon as your head touches the feather pillow. You wake an hour after dawn and peer out of this circular porthole at the shadowy riverbank. Drizzle obscures all detail, and the sky is tinged with grey. As day approaches, the river mist grows thicker and whiter, and you go up on deck. The captain stands alone at the rail, the shoulders of his leather cloak soaked by the cold drizzle. He nods a welcome and points to the Sene Mountains now hidden in the mist. Waiting for you to lose your ticket and get thrown overboard. In theory, we can just throw our ticket on the floor. This foul weather robs us of landmarks, but by my reckoning, we should be in Luoyang by noon. You stare through the grey, damp air and pull your cloak closely around your shoulders. Suddenly, there is a tremendous jolt, and you are thrown headfirst against the rail. The screech of twisting metal and splintering wood tears through the silence as the Kazanara shudders and dips violently. The boat has hit a boom. A line of logs chained together across the river. "Hell's teeth!" cries the captain. "Have we run aground?" God, we better get a refund for this ticket. As the words leave his lips, a grapnel and rope drop from the sky and bite into the ship's rail. More follow, and through the mist you can make out the shapes of longboats approaching. "River pirates!" shouts the helmsman. "Prepare to repel boarders." Further along the deck, one of the captain's men is felled by a thrown knife. His comrades rush to his aid, but by now the river pirates are pouring over the side, and he is trampled underfoot. "Battle order!" bellows the captain, and immediately his men respond, linking shields and holding their ground. A swarm of grim-faced pirates are boarding close by. One of their number, a lean man with only one ear and a split nose, smiles at you with anticipation. His lips drawn back from his teeth, and his eyes wide with excitement. He is obviously relishing the thought of ending your life. You just use the bow. The riverboat is still rocking violently from the collision, throwing you off balance. You raise an arrow, take aim at the man's chest, and try to anticipate the shift of the deck as you prepare to fire. He screams and falls with an arrow embedded so deeply into his chest that only its feathered flights can be seen. His comrades freeze in their tracks, their eyes wide with fear. As you move forward, they scatter and run. Leaping over the dead bodies, you fight your way across the deck to where the captain is in combat with 5 pirates. While he attacks with a long sword in his right hand, he parries enemy cutlasses with a bronze sleeve shield that encases his left forearm. He fights with cool determination, making light work of the battle-clumsy pirates. Then a war horn heralds the arrival of a new and formidable wave of attackers. You anticipate the captain's danger and rush to protect his back from the snarling, mad-eyed pirate berserkers. We could use... We'll see how the first few hits go. Good. Good. Alright, we've got this. The tide of battle has turned in your favor. The pirates came in search of easy plunder, but your furious resistance has broken their nerve. They flee from the deck, scrambling into the longboats to escape. The captain follows them, hewing at them with his sword. He cuts his way to the ship's rail and grabs the pirate leader by the neck. He rams the man's head against the mainmast once, twice, 3 times with a rage that splits the timber. Don't break the mast. I've been killed by a falling mast twice before. And the pirate's leather-clad skull. Ha! He cries gleefully. I've always said that Deldinians have no head for a fight. The battle ends as swiftly as it began, with the surviving pirates melting away like phantoms into the fog. There are a few casualties amongst the mercenaries, but the boat's crew have been decimated. The pirate berserkers trapped them below decks and slaughtered them. Only one escaped their murderous blades. The captain takes command, marshalling repairs and overseeing the burial of the dead. As the bodies sink beneath the dark waters, the Kazanara emerges from the mist, the welcoming sight of Luoyang. Luoyang, the city of flowers and wine, greets you. But, my ticket was for... Ugh, I guess the boat finishes its journey here. Next time, just buy a ticket for Luoyang. Luyan, the city of flowers and wine greets you. Its towers, timbered houses, and fortified perimeter walls silhouetted against the sky. It lies in the shadow of the Senners, at a dangerous bend where the fast-flowing Storn undercuts the sheer slopes of Mount Prindar. The captain docks at the Luyan Quay for provisions. As his men busy themselves with a myriad of duties and tasks, you accompany him on a visit to the Luyan apothecary. It looks like we might be continuing the journey. Yeah. The entrance to this famed establishment is marked by a huge stone jar creaking on its chains. The shop is vast and full of things that stir your curiosity. Towers of containered liquids, mountains of coarse-grained powders, and forests of roots and herbs crowd the bleached wooden shelves. The captain seeks medicines of strength and healing in readiness for the battle ahead, and the herbmaster's eyes widen with delight when he reads the captain's list. They are his most expensive preparations. Let's have a look at the potions. How much money have we got? 13. See, Potion of Aletha is a good one, but we've got so many of them now. We could use it for every fight. We should... You need the Graveweed. It is a very powerful poison. Yeah. Well, it might have a use in killing someone. I've already got 3 of these Aletha berries. So we should just get the... Wait, so we've got to get rid of one backpack meal for one thing. Rendalim's Elixir. What is that? Oh, restores 6 endurance points per dose. Causes death if swallowed. Probably, yeah, we should actually probably get the Graveweed. Like, if we get to a point where we need to poison someone, either we put them to sleep or we kill them. Better to kill them, I guess. Let's get the Graveweed. We don't need any of the other things. Take a look at the other shops. Weapon shop. We don't need any of this. Oh, arrows. Yeah, get the arrows. Oh, you can buy as many arrows as you want. I'll buy 2 more. Did it work? Yeah, we've got 6 arrows. 6 arrows is probably enough. Alright. At the end of the street, you stop to look in the window of a tall, half-timbered shop. How much money do we have left? 7 gold crowns. It contains a fascinating selection of maps and charts which detail the various cities and regions of Magnamont. You enter the shop and browse the shelves that line the walls. Well, we want Takara, don't we? Map of Summerland. In theory, well, we've seen the map of Summerland before. I don't know why we buy that. Maybe somebody wants a map of Summerland and we give it to them? I don't know. We'll get the Takara map. Let's get rid of... Is it not a special item? Wait, what was the message? Oh, it's a backpack item, okay. bottle of wine. I don't know. We had a chance to use the rope before, but it could always be useful. Get rid of the bottle of wine. You help the captain to carry his purchases, which fill 2 large wooden boxes. As you stagger from the apothecary, he tells you he is anxious to return to the boat without delay. His men are good soldiers but poor sailors. He feels that without his watchful eye and stern command, they will forget their work and drink themselves into a stupor. His fears are unfounded, for upon your return to the quay, the Casanara is fitted out and ready to sail. Cast off, booms the captain, enjoying the novelty of his new riverboat command. So he's basically just commandeered the boat now. We'll make Rem by nightfall. The captain is as good as his word. As dusk settles over the storm, you sail into the Horseshoe Harbour at Rem. The city is choked with people, mercenaries from the north and west, weapon merchants from the east, and ragged refugees from the war-torn south. The captain orders his men to sleep aboard the Casanara this night, forbidding them to go ashore. But Prince Balon of Rioma and his mercenary knights are encamped inside the city wall. A bitter and long-standing rivalry exists between the two companies, and the captain wisely wishes to avoid any confrontation. Rumour has it that a number of the Stornland's most powerful princes are gathered in Rem to plot the defeat of the Slovians. However, the captain believes it is more likely that the robber barons are conspiring against each other to steal the riches of Takara for themselves. Maybe. You set sail at first light, bidding farewell to the slender twin towers of the Rem citadel, which overshadows the city quay. The Storn flows southwards through steep-sided fields of vines, arranged in endless, straight rows like the waves of a green sea. The weather is warm, and you spend the day on deck watching the traffic of refugees heading north along a highway, and the strange, gigantic toads, the slopes at work, pulling riverboats and barges upstream. It is late afternoon when you sight the town of Ula in the distance. But what if I had a ticket for Rem? I guess you're not going to Rem. You saddle your horse and shoulder your equipment as the Casanara berths at the town's wooden pier. You sense that the time has come for you to decide whether to stay with the captain or leave his company and ride to Takara alone. Like, what is the captain doing? This is a tough choice, actually. Like, he'll just attract... He'll attract attention, won't he? We basically want to sneak in, because Takara's at war. Probably our best chance is as a lone wolf. Also, it doesn't seem to matter what ticket we purchased. Nobody's asked. So, keep that in mind for next time, if there is next time. We'll go alone. The town of Ula has been turned into a huge army encampment, its people having long since fled to the north, abandoning their homes and livestock to the gold-hungry soldiers. Soldiers from a dozen different nations rub shoulders with fighters of less than human origin. Less than human? United by their common greed. As you watch endless columns of soldiers marching towards the pall of black smoke rising in the south, your heart begins to sink. The city in which the Lawstone lies, Takaro, is a city under siege. A city that can withstand the onslaught of 10,000 fighting men. As you ride across the soot-blackened fields towards the siege works and entrenchments at the bank of the River Carl, you curse the war that threatens to defeat your quest. You ride along a muddy path running the length of a ridge that overlooks a great stone bridge. High stone walls and a fortified gatehouse rise steeply from the riverbank, and the only access to the city is across the bridge. You stare at the battlements of Takara with growing despair, for they bristle with archers and cauldrons of molten lead. The burnt-out hulks of siege towers and the bodies of dead soldiers lie strewn in heaps before the battered city gate. From where you are, you can see the cathedral spire silhouetted in the glow of innumerable fires in the center of Takaro. If it were not for this accursed war, you would be in the crypt in less than an hour. You see that before you, the path dips steeply towards a line of tents erected behind a wall of earthen logs. They overflow with the wounded from countless assaults across the bridge. Sure, we'll help the wounded men. The conditions inside the tent are appalling. Badly wounded men lie on the muddy ground with nothing but rags to dress their injuries. Many are without boots, which have been stolen by their treacherous comrades who have taken advantage of their helplessness. One such man is cutting the purse from an unconscious soldier when you enter the hut. He leaps to his feet and attacks you with a curved knife. Crit. Prizing the pouch from the thief's hand, you return it to the pocket of the unconscious soldier. Many of the wounded men witness what you have done, and from that moment you become a hero in their eyes. Your use of the Magna Chi discipline of curing to heal many of their wounds strengthens their esteem and devotion, and they pledge themselves to help you in any way they can. Alright, let's ask for them for advice then. Map of Takaro. Some of the men laugh and look at you as though you're crazy, but one man calls you over to his side and hands you a leather tube. It's a map of Takaro, he whispers painfully. I don't know how you can enter the city, but if you do find a way, this map may be of use. Yeah. Okay. So can we actually look at the map? No. The path ends at the point where the rivers Storn and Karl converge in a V-shaped bank. Ogron engineers and carpenters are busy at work constructing pontoons for floating bridges which look like enclosed rowing boats and are destined to be used to cross the river further downstream. Staring out across the water, you notice a dark shadow like the entrance to a cave at the base of the city wall. After concentrating for a few moments, you find you can make out the dull crisscross of metal bars. It is the sewer outfall. We asked the Ogrons. You're looking at the hellhole, says an Ogron. When the siege began, Prince Erevin sent 10 humans in there to find out where it leads. When they never came back, he sent 10 Ogrons in. Ain't seen none of them since. Oh, I'm not... Shush. I guess I'm not going in there then. Another Ogron, who is splitting a log with his bare hands, overhears the conversation. We've heard noises in the hellhole late at night. Horrible noises. He draws a fat finger across his blue-black throat before returning to his work. Wait, it seems like we're going to the hellhole. Maybe it's the only way in. Well, if I'm going across, I'd rather take the pontoon than swim. They will not let you touch any of the pontoons. If any go missing, they will each receive 100 lashes as punishment for their negligence. They keep a watchful eye on you as you leave the camp. As it is now impossible to take one of the pontoons, you resign yourself to a long, cold swim. The water is freezing cold, it saps your strength, and you find it increasingly hard to swim against the strong, converging river currents. Eventually, you reach the rocky bank and stagger ashore near the sewer outfall. Unless you have the magma... blah blah blah. Alright. There is a gaping hole in the crisscrossed bars, large enough for you to pass through with ease. The fetid water that is combed by this grill contains all manner of filth, a veritable feast for rats and vermin. However, as you wade deeper into the tunnel, you gradually realize that the sewer is completely free of rats, and in fact seems to be totally devoid of all life. Circular chutes appear at regular intervals in the tiled ceiling, but they are far too small and slippery to climb. 15 minutes after entering the sewer, you arrive at a major junction where 2 new channels flow into the main course. Well, we've got the map. In the dim light of the sewer, you could just discern the outlines of the curtain wall and the streets of Takaro on your map. The cathedral is right in the center of the city, approximately half a mile from the point where the 2 rivers meet, and lying due east of the point at which you entered the sewer. You Fold the map and set off again towards your objective. Due east of the point at which you entered the sewer. Alright. 100 yards along the passage, you see a flight of stone steps ascending to a stone trapdoor set flush with the ceiling. Oh, I don't have much luck with trapdoors. Let's keep going. Less than 50 yards along the channel, another passage joins the main flow from the right. Press on. You press on diligently, counting the steps that take you along the sewer until you reach a narrow vault a little over 150 yards from the previous junction. An iron ladder, its rungs pitted with rust, rises out of the water into an arched stone door. Beneath the door, the sewer continues into darkness. I guess this could be the cathedral? The door is old and decayed. It has not been opened for 100 years. If you are to find out what lies beyond it, you will have to clear away the dirt that jams the hinges. We don't have this. Only brute force will break the seal of encrusted filth and open the door. To break open the door, you should follow the normal combat rules. We should be able to win this. We're not actually losing health, are we? Oh, we are. Oh, damn. Okay. I don't know if we were supposed to, but anyway. The old stone door creaks slowly open, and as the dust settles, you find yourself staring into the crypt of Tekaro Cathedral. Stepping into the chill, stale air, your heart begins to pound in your chest. The Lore Stone is here, you can feel it. Beams of ashen moonlight filter into the crypt, illuminating a line of somber granite tombs that lie like sleeping giants under the earth. Clutching the small silver key, you examine them one by one for the lock that guards the legendary Lore Stone. You find the lock and insert the key, but you are suddenly distracted, on the brink of discovery, by the creature that is advancing through the sewer door. A huge, lumbering monster stalks towards you. It is over 10 feet high with thick, twisted, hairy limbs and 8-fingered hands tipped by razor-sharp talons. Baleful, monstrous eyes protrude from yellow slits in its glistening head, and a long reptilian tail whips behind it. Its hideous and peculiar gibbering fills the moonlit crypt as it draws nearer and nearer. We'll use the bow. Trembling with fear, you draw the bowstring and fire. The arrow glances off its armored head and shatters against the crypt wall. There is no time for a second shot. You shoulder your bow and prepare for close combat as the creature moves in to strike. Oh, fuck. Oh, but we could bring it down to 25. So let's use one of these potions. We might as well. -4. Could use another one. Let's think. We only have to bring it down to 25. Let's take a turn and see what happens. Okay, good. Ooh. Just one more hit. There we go. What are we on? 7 HP. Do we have... we can heal. Let's read the text first. The crypt floor is crawling with the severed remains of the monster, which still writhe blindly forward with maniacal intent. Spider-like, the severed hand climbs your leg and embeds its talons in your flesh. As you fight to free yourself from its vice-like grip, the torn pieces of the Dacomid's body gather themselves together for another attack. I think we have to kill it. Let's heal. How long can we keep this ticket to Ula? Alright, we'll strike the creature. Oh, what? The Dacomid shudders and reels back as your weapon makes impact, sinking deep into flesh that clings like jelly and reeks of a charnel smell that closes your throat. A drop of its watery blood splashes on your arm, eating through your tunic and searing your flesh. Your weapon disintegrates, corroded by the blood. Before you can pull away, a razor-sharp talon snares your cloak and draws you to your doom. Your life and your quest end here in the crypt to Caro Cathedral. Alright, I think I'll stop the stream there. This is the longest book yet. This is a punishing book. We're Magna Chi now. We face tougher challenges, I guess. Oh man. Well, I'm sort of seeing how to optimize this. Before I end the stream, we could choose some... Okay, let's see what combat skill is. Oh, God. 1. Alright. I mean... we can avoid some tough combats. Like, buying the berries means we can raise our skill for that fight with the monster. It seems that fight is unavoidable. And then when we've broken it, we need to quickly grab the Lore Stone, I assume. I wonder how long it would take to bring a single Kai through every book. What, like following the rules, like not dying once. I think somebody did an analysis of all like the RNG in the game to work out and found that it's very, very, very unlikely to make it all the way through, because there's often bridge points where you have to get where you have to can't remember. I'll have to try and find that post. Somebody's done a full flowchart of the entire series, which is quite cool. All right, with low combat, we'll have to rely on. It seems we need to fight that beast, though. Was it immune to this? Well, it doesn't matter. We just had to bring it down to 25 though, so the berries would help us. We'll take curing. I think we should take weapon skill anyway, even though we've got low combat skill, because there's some easy combats that we still have to win, like the thieves and stuff. The bow, sword. Oh, take the warhammer. We'll try getting the warhammer to see what it is. So for that, we'll need the rope. So we'll take a weapon mastery, curing. I think we're gonna take hunt mastery. Right now we'll take the bow, the quiver, and the sword. And we'll aim for getting the warhammer, so we need the rope. And waistcoat. Alright. Got a bunch of money. Alright, let me think. Do I really want to do this now? Go on, let's have another stab at this. Alright. Northgate. Pay the fee. And it doesn't really matter what we choose here. Either way, we end up with this guy. Alright, here we have to shoot him. Ask him about the Law Stone. Yeah, sure. Alright. We're not going to win the archery tournament, so don't bother. We do want to go... the Tana Water is where the Warhammer was, so let's do that. Aim for the eyes. Okay, I don't think we killed it. Oh, -7? Oh, it's quite tough. At this point, we can elude combat. What health? Oh, we've got 9 health left. If you survive 3 rounds of combat, you can elude. He'll hit us one more time. We've got to elude. It's chasing us. Alright, once through the arch, you run headlong across a rock-strewn courtyard towards a breach in the castle wall. Here you notice a stone staircase leading down to an iron gate. A quick glance over your shoulder tells you that the Yorshath is still in hot pursuit and is closing the gap. It is in a frenzy of hatred and anger. I don't know, climb the breach? Swiftly you clamber across the broken stones. But your hopes of escape are soon dashed when you see the terrifying drop that awaits you on the other side of the castle wall. Reluctantly, you turn to face your pursuer. With only the yawning precipice behind, you have no choice but to stand and face the monster again. Within seconds, it appears, snarling and growling horribly as it prepares to tear you limb from limb. Leap aside. This could be an insta-death, though. Crazed with hatred and rage, the Yorshath springs from the top of the mound of rubble and dives straight for you. Its frenzy has made it blind to the peril of the precipice, and as you leap aside, it hurtles past and disappears into the void. Seconds later, you hear a shriek as it crashes into the rocks hundreds of feet below. Alright, so we get the Tawna Water. That will be useful. Search the chapel. Let's see, use the rope to get the Warhammer. You make a noose at one end of the rope and lower it carefully through the hole in the floor. If you can slip the noose around the head of the hammer, it should tighten as you pull on the rope and draw the hammer upwards. Damn. I think we failed. You maneuver the noose until it catches on the spur of the back of the hammer's head and lift it gently from the corpse's chest. Unfortunately, the rope is not secure and the warhammer slips from the noose as you pull it upwards. We had the odds. With a dull splash, the weapon lands in one of the black puddles and sinks from sight. Alright, and then we do all this. Then we face him. -3, I think that's doable. We're a bit hurt though. Ooh. Nothing we can do. Can we take the potion? We're not allowed to drink these during battle. Oh, we're screwed. Yeah, because we lose 2 health every turn, either way. Oh, we died again. Oh, I didn't... Did I increase the death counter before? No, I didn't. So... We're at 24 now. Come on, let's try and get that Warhammer. We need combat. 6. Alright, that's doable. That's good. Alright, weaponry. Warhammer, sword, bow. We want curing and hunt mastery. Could even go from... No, yeah, okay, that's fine. Money. River, bow, sword, rope, waistcoat. Alright. Here we go again. So we're quite strong now. Should be able to... Alright. Northgate. Pay the fee. Order food, blah blah blah. We could even enter the tournament. Oh, but then we gotta do the horse thing. I mean, the odds are in our favor of not getting shot by the arrows. Are we strong enough to win the tournament? Let's try. -8. Damn. So at 20, we have -8. If we had like Mind Blast, we would get a little bit more. And you got a really high skill for this. Alright, well, we'll see what happens. Oh, we lose. And then Cirrus is gone. We don't have enough money to buy the horse, so either way we're gonna be chased by the arrows, so we have to just take the horse and give chase. And we're dead. What was the roll that would have helped there? Animal control, I think. Yeah. Come on. Let's see what skill we get now. 9! Alright. Alright. We'll go all in on combat. Just... And I don't want to ride the horse, escape on the horse. But if we enter the archery tournament, like this is the prime opportunity to enter the archery tournament and win it and get the super bow, which would be useful. Well, it won't be any use against the monster though. Okay, no, forget the tournament. But it could be useful in later books though. I don't know. What is the role we need? Animal control. That would help with that. Let's see. If I chose animal control and curing, I would get +3 EP. Alright, DJ. See you next time. I'll probably be stopping soon. See what happens here. Alright, I'm gonna risk the we'll try and enter the tournament. I really want that bow. We'll risk getting shot by arrows again. So we get the weapon, the curing, and the hunt mastery. Alright. And take bow. Wait. If we're entering the tournament, we don't really even need the bow. Because we'll win the bow. And you get to borrow a bow for the tournament. So we'll take sword, The waistcoat, the rope, quiver. Tinderbox. Right. Only a bit of money. Right, again. Northgate. Pay that. Order food. We're not going to have any money though. Do not possess a ball, so we'll fight him. But we only have to bring him down to 11. And then we'll do this. Right, are we entering the tournament? Yeah, 23. We should be able to win this. And then we'll get a bow. On the table in the center of the tent lies a stack of bows that have been provided by the villagers. Most of them are in very poor condition, but if you manage to find 3 that are not warped, split, or unstrung. One is a Vasagonian bow called a Jackhand, another is a bone bow from Kalt, and the third is a Durinese hunting bow. The Durinese hunting bow. I mean, that sounded... I don't know why, but that sounded the better one. Alright, so we've got the Durinese hunting bow. Bum, bum, bum. Alright, come on. -5. Wait, -5 is the same column as -6, actually. Okay, fine. That's it. Come on. No. Yes. Yes, we win. Alright. How much money do we have? None. Alright, we have to also give chase. We do have hunt mastery, come on. Yes! Okay, progress. Alright, now. Oh, but if we do that, then we don't get to check out the Tana water. Alright, fine. Well, we got the bow. That's something. Alright. We'll win this easily. Oh man, we're losing lots of health though. Okay. Alright, then we... Oh, we got the Conjurer. We can bet 2 gold crowns, I suppose. Got 4 gold crowns. How much is it? 3. I will save the money, see what happens. You lose 2 endurance points. Fine. I'll get them back. Yes, get the berries. Oh no, we can only buy 1. Fine. Need money for these berries. Alright, now what? Let's try going this way. City Criers. Sure. Let's enter. Oh, we've been here before. Alright, we ask him for Brass Street, but he doesn't tell us because we don't have money. Let's just leave. Go south. Taxidermist. We've got curing, so we can do this. Alright, kill him. So we get a potion and a map of Veretta. Nice. Alright. Might as well bet on this thing. And we get 5 gold crowns, and then this happens. We have a map. If we stay in the dormitory, we lose backpack item. Alright, we'll pay for the room. How much money we got left? 10. Okay, so we go to the library. Go the other door. Go here, go here. Got the key, that's important. Take these things. Alright, don't go to Amory, go to Soren. The statue. Oh. Sure, we'll donate. But we won't have much money left. Challenge him, yeah. We'll kill him. Get a bottle of wine and mirror. Yeah, let's throw away some things. Got 36 gold crowns. Nice, that's enough for the ticket as well. Alright, let's buy a ticket to Luyan because it seems we end up at Ula anyway. Right, then this happens. If you have a bow and wish to use it. We have a bow! This is a bow! Oh, we got no arrows. What happened to my arrows? Oh, what happened to my arrows? I got no arrows, damn it. I shouldn't have lost my arrows unless something specifically took my arrows, I don't know. Alright. We should be able to win this. Alright, and then we get to this place. Potions. Check this out. We'll get the grave reed. We've got no space. Alright, throw away the meal. Take the... Oh, very important to take the Aletha first. Take the Aletha. Probably want the grave weed as well. We've got 2 ropes. I'll get rid of one of them. We'll keep our money. Alright, check the other shops. Definitely get arrows. Because for some reason we got no arrows. Did I don't know what happened with the arrows. I'll sell the mace. Get more arrows. How many we got? 6? That's enough. Right. Apple Takara, but we'll get one anyway from the wounded soldiers. No, we won't buy one. Assuming we okay. We purchased a ticket for the riverboat to Soren. Yeah, we did. We'll go alone. Here. Here. Fight this guy. We win. They give us the map to throw away. Bottle of wine. Let's go that way. All right. Then we'll ask them. Swim across. The map, we go in. So this is all the same as before. Continue. Press on. Climb the ladder. And now we fight the door. Okay. Why are we losing so much health? Come on. Alright, use the bow. There was no point using the bow, actually. -2. Alright, we'll see how it goes. Good. 11. Damn it. We'll use a thingy. Cannot swallow more than one handful during any combat. Alright, we'll use this one then. Just to get more ratio. Damn it, we're still losing health. Alright. Let's heal. I don't know what will happen next. It's only 3. So we're on 8. Oh man. So we will do that. As the door creaks open, a sun-like radiance pours from the tomb and floods the crypt with golden light, its searing intensity paralyzing the Dacomid. You grasp the Lawstone and your senses reel with newfound wisdom and strength. Instinctively, you raise your weapon and strike the monster at the base of its hideous skull. It shrieks and dies instantly. We got rid of the key, right? Alright. Before your eyes, the Dacomid's skin ripples as if a wave were washing beneath its skin. Suddenly, a crisscross of wrinkles appears, and layers of transparent bone peel and fall from its shell-like skull. Its body becomes hunched, shrinking, and folding by the second, until all that is left is a film of dust on the floor of the crypt. Time has at last caught up with this ancient terror. As the golden light begins to fade, you stare at the object of your quest, the Lawstone of Veretta. But all that you hold in your hand is a hollow sphere of glass, transparent and unremarkable to look at. Your quest has succeeded! For the power of the Lawstone has been transfused into your body and mind. Its strength and wisdom is now a part of you, and the transfusion signals the beginning of a new and deadly challenge on your quest for the Magna Chi. But be warned, the quest will draw you into a sinister realm where a malicious and terrible evil has grown in power since Sun Eagle first completed the Magna Chi quest. If you possess the courage of a true Kai Master, the challenge and the quest await you in Book 7 of the Lone Wolf series entitled Castle Death. Alright. We'll just save here. So let's have a look what we brought with us. Good combat skill. We could go for Mind Blast just to really top that up. We've got the Circle of Fire Law Circle. We could try to push for another one. But I don't think we'll be able to get one right now. We've got a sword. And a bow. We've got the silver bow. That's an extra 3 points. That's really good. We've got some stuff here. And a Potion of a Letter, which is good. Yeah. And we've got 18 gold crowns. Not bad. Alright then. Why does it keep switching to no? I don't know what this really does. I think it might use a different RNG system. It might not be perfectly uniform. Alright. Until next time. So we are now... We're now... We're now, So we went from Qualan to Takaro. Here we are. We're at Takaro. We just picked up the thing. Alright then. That was an ordeal. So that's almost like 4 or 5 hours for one book. Bloody hell. Well, we'll see what the next one will be like. See you next time.